Okay, we should be live. Let me check everything's working. Okay, desktop audio on. Testing. Testing. Oh, dear me. Okay, sounds like it's working. So as you can probably hear, I'm still not fully better. It's a
There
lot
are
better than it
leaves around,
was, my
and
cold,
I know
but at the
just
same
what time to
time,
accompany them.
it's gone more on my
Foolish to
throat
hear.
and chest the last few days. But either way, I'm still well enough to stream, so we're gonna be playing some Genshin Impact today. Okay. So, I haven't actually been on Genshin for the last few days. Um, yeah, we might be starting the Roses and Muskets event. It's either that or doing the Ravia's story quest, I'm not sure. But first, let's do our dailies. It's the fertilizer quest, okay. Um, take a picture of this because I can't remember. Add water, then crush the leaves, then it's okay. So add water, crush the leaves, mix them well. So add water. Okay, it has to be the top one. Okay, I'm not saying it is. Oh, I did it sure.
Let me scry. Yep, yep. Oh, boing, boing, boing.
The wind knows me.
Written in the stars. Throw them out.
Where am I aiming?
Into the wind.
Okay, that's done. Next.
The wind knows me. One with nature.
Oh, why are they so far away?
Jumpy dumpty go!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Shadow Raven, let night fall! Ah!
One with nature.
Decided by destiny. Ha! Ha! Boing, boing, boom!
Okay. And last one.
Time to go. The wind knows me.
Oh, okay, sure.
Boing, boing, boom! Oz reveal by shadows of fate.
One with nature.
When that's done.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Love that feature. I need to buy some stuff, apparently. I am running out of ingredients and things. It's all done. Well, and I think I need wheat for a flour. No, wonderful. Okay. Oh my goodness, the song. Okay. Okay. So, I think. Okay. I think we're gonna do the event that's currently on. Roses and Muskets. I know it's not fully like everything isn't fully released for the event, but we can finish it off next time. We also have to do this glazing for eternity, so we'll do that at the end. Go to quest.
Seriously? But, Mr. Morris, I don't understand, sir. How can you only be telling me this now?
We got on to the quest.
I'm afraid that there's nothing really I can do. I'm really facing a crisis. My hands are tied.
But what about my film?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to come up with something on your own. Take it from me. Sometimes you just have to let things go. Same goes for this film festival.
Oh.
Isn't that Xavier? So he's back in Fontaine now.
Let's see if we can go help.
Oh, why, if it isn't the dear traveler and Paimon. I really didn't expect to bump into you here at this time.
It's been a
Well,
while.
I was doing just fine until I received some terrible news just now. The investor I was working with for my upcoming film has fallen upon some hard times and is no longer able to provide the promised amount of funds.
Can't you just find a different investor?
Unfortunately,
question.
that's not how it works. We had signed an agreement specific to the Fontanalia Film Festival, stipulating that I cannot work with any other investors until the festival is finished.
The Fontanalia Film Festival? What's that?
Oh, is this your first time participating in Fontaine's Fontanalia Film Festival? Then allow me to fill you in. The Fontanalia Festival was established to commemorate the legendary Loch Knights, who went on a quest to search for the Oceanids, and eventually welcomed the Hydro-Arconageria. The holiday is deeply connected to the founding of Fontaine, as well as its unique laws and trials. It's one of the most important festivals for this nation.
What's with that weird expression on your face? It's like you're trying really hard to remember something.
What was that sound effect?
I was just trying to recall the exact description from the books, in order to avoid any unnecessary arguments over semantics. I usually try to recite things straight from the source.
Either way, Paimon thinks she gets it now. It's just like the Windbloom Festival in Mondstadt, and the Lantern Rite in Lille.
Yes, those are festivals of a similar variety. Who doesn't like a good festival? And just like those of other nations, Fontaine will hold a plethora of events around this time each year. To commemorate the
Interesting.
Loch Knights, people will imitate them by putting on special costumes, raising golden cups, and going door to door asking for pure water. But a few years ago, Lady Farina started to find the whole idea a little drab, and so decided to change the part about pure water to sweets.
Really doesn't surprise Paimon at all.
The whole thing seems more akin to a carnival now, and it's quite popular among the kids. Every year you can hear a bunch of them saying, "Trial or treat."
Oh, that sounds pretty fun. But how does that connect back to the film festival you mentioned?
I
yes, it appears I've strayed off topic. I just got too excited after seeing you. Let me get back to the point. The Fontanalia Film Festival is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film technology has matured as a medium, it's the perfect time to introduce more people to the art form. During this time, people may submit films to be evaluated, and the entry with the highest score will be given the Farina Award by the association.
The what award?
The Farina Award! You know, after the Hydro Archon. They coined it while Lady Farina was still in power, but even though things have changed, no one has made any motion to update the name. Perhaps everyone still
Oh my
thinks of it as
goodness.
a pretty appropriate name. Even though she isn't the Hydro Archon any longer, Lady Farina is still Fontaine's superstar. Anyone with eyes can see the way she shines on the stage.
Alright. Guess the name does work pretty well when you put it that way.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but who would have guessed there'd be an issue with the funding? How will I ever explain this to Miss Chiori? Not to say all the other actors who traveled all the way here from Inazuma.
Chiori? Sounds familiar. Where have we heard that name before?
Yes, that's her. I asked her to oversee the event's art direction, including the design of the actors' costumes and appearances.
Ah.
Kira remembers now. Navia said that her clothes were designed by Chiori, and Kirara's outfit too.
How to describe her? Well, she tends to be pretty direct and can be very forceful when it comes to dealing with people. The fashion world in Fontaine has dubbed her the Thundering Seamstress. Her
Okay.
remarkable designs have led many Fontainians to become very interested in Inazuma. Anyway, Chiori is acquainted with all the actors I've invited from Inazuma. Without her help, I don't think I would have been able to get such an international cast for the film. She really is a kind soul.
Who are the actors from Inazuma? Do we know them?
Why don't the two of you accompany me to the Aquabus station to welcome them? Judging from the time, the Aquabus should be arriving shortly. Chiori will be waiting to meet me there as well.
This event seems really fun, even if he is having hard times. Oh my goodness, is it down? Which quest is it? Oh my goodness. Okay, there, okay. I'm sorry, which layer? Oh my goodness. Too many layers. This makes it really annoying to try and find which ones
go.
need to be on to find this. Looks like it's lower down. Here? Ah, there. Oh, it's this character. I remember her from the special program. I hope we get to get her as
Miss
a character at some
Chiori?
point.
Your talk with the investor sure went fast. The Aquabus hasn't even arrived yet. Oh? And who are they?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise! We've heard the owner of Chioriya Boutique is a skilled seamstress, so it's a real pleasure to finally meet you in person.
Why, thank you. I strove to create an outfit that matched her high social station as the demoiselle. So tell me, what happened? I can tell the conversation didn't go quite as expected.
Ah, well, it's like this.
Ugh.
I know, Chiori, you don't have to say it. You did remind me that this investor was a little bit sketchy.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
But how could I pass
100%
it up?
sketchy.
He offered me twice as much as the others.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but just put yourself
Oh
in
my
shoes.
goodness.
After obtaining such an excellent script, it's only natural that I would want to make the most of the film. The budgets that the others had proposed were nowhere near enough. It's difficult to find someone willing to front such a large amount of mora, so...
Don't be sad, Xavier. We might be able to help scrounge up some more together for you.
Oh, thank you, Paimon. That means a lot to me. But the cost of the film is staggering. I'm afraid that any mora we can scrounge together in a short amount of time won't even be able to cover the actors' fees.
Oh my
We
goodness.
need to move on. What's happened has already happened, and there's no changing it. But now's not the time to give up.
What? You're saying that you have a plan?
No, that's not what I mean. I'm simply saying I wouldn't give up just yet. The actors I recommended aren't just after Mora after all.
Ah, let's see. I mean, I can probably guess a few of them.
Really? Then where do you live? We Malazines live in Mercy Village. The only way to enter is from underwater.
Oh, you must be pretty tired after work every day, right? I mean, you have to swim all that way just to go home.
You're so thoughtful. But some Malazines choose to live in the Court of Fontaine because it's so much more convenient.
Ah.
This is our stop.
Oh, we've arrived, but I haven't even finished chatting with Abel yet. I also enjoyed Abel's introductions to Fontaine along the way. Everything you described was so clear and detailed that we can't help but want to hear more.
Thank you so much. I'm usually working here on this aqua bus, so I hope I'll have the chance to see you again. There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to you.
Aww. Oh, we're off to the side.
Chiori, you sure have changed a lot. This is the first time we've seen you since you left Inazuma.
I
Ah.
didn't realize it's been so long. I was in such a rush when I left that I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Thank you for extending the invitation, Mr. Xavier. I'm looking forward to a fruitful trip here in Fontaine.
Ah, it's an honor to have the head of the Kamisato clan visit us.
So they're who you meant when you said you had actors coming from Inazuma?
Oh, it's the Traveler and Paimon. Wow, what a coincidence! Ayaka and I were just talking about you on the way here. Are you also here for the film?
We just ran into Xavier earlier and came over with him.
But I'm not an actress. Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka are the real actors here. I'm just tagging along with Ayaka to have a good time together.
About that, I mean, how was I supposed to contact you when I was making preparations for the film? I figured you were probably busy, and I didn't want to disturb you. So I could only keep you in the back of my mind while I sought other actors to play the lead roles in the film.
I had been thinking about a surprise reunion with you during our trip here, but you still managed to surprise me first.
Yep.
Oh, so you all know each other already! My, what a coincidence! What are the chances everyone could be brought together here like this? Why don't we go to Hotel de Boer and catch up over a meal? I've already made a reservation.
Did you reserve 2 spots for us too?
Yes, of course, of course. I'll be sure to tell the boss to serve a few more delicious dishes just to make sure there'll be enough food.
Very well. Then please, kindly lead the way, Mr. Xavier.
Okay.
Wow, the buildings in Fontaine are so tall. Just look at how big they are. And there's the fountain that Aval mentioned earlier. It really is a magnificent sight. And look at that huge spinning sphere. Where does it get its power? Wait a sec! Could it be one of those clockwork mecha we've heard so much about?
Okay, go to the hotel. Okay,
Time to
got
go.
it. Here we are.
So this is what food from Fontaine is like. It sure is different from what we have in Inazuma. How should I describe it? It seems like you have to go through a lot more steps to make them. And the flavor has many layers too.
Yes. When I first went to Inazuma, I actually thought the food there tasted a little too bland. It took some time for me to get used to it.
Let's get back to the purpose of this trip for a moment, shall we?
Oh my goodness.
Preparations for the film been coming along, Mr. Xavier?
Well, I've already assembled most of the film crew, a lighting specialist, a prop manager, and a costume designer. I've also bought the copyrights from the novel's author.
Oh, it's called The Two Musketeers, right? I read the script you sent me on the way here. The story is pretty good.
Originally, I was planning to start filming as soon as Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka arrived in Fontaine, but I'm afraid I've run into a bit of a problem.
Oh? What is it?
It has to do with the film's investor, Mr. Morris. He suddenly informed me this morning that he's encountered some financial trouble and will be unable to release to me the amount of funding agreed upon.
It's said that Fontaine's legal system is well developed. If he has violated the contract, then can't you simply take him to court over the matter?
Well, I'm still more concerned about filming. Even if I were to take him to court, I'm afraid it would take months before the case could even be heard.
Then, is there a way we could raise funds ourselves to solve the problem?
I've considered that option too, but unfortunately, it's difficult to gather such a large amount of mora on such short notice. Besides, we have to consider the film festival submission deadline.
Lots of problems.
Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to perform for free, would that resolve the problem you are currently facing?
What? No, out of the question. To have you come all this way just to act for free? Oh, no, that won't do.
There's no need to worry, Mr. Xavier. My brother and I had actually intended to work for free after receiving your
Oh,
invitation.
okay.
Inazuma has only recently reopened its borders, and needs to strengthen its relations and cultural ties with other nations.
Okay.
We didn't have many collaboration projects with Fontaine in the past, so we hope this trip would serve as a good start for the future.
Indeed. You could say that's the real reason why the Yashiro Commission agreed to come to Fontaine.
I understand, but having you two act for free just doesn't seem right.
Not at all. While we're officially here to conduct a cultural survey of sorts, we must express our sincerity if we want to establish formal cultural ties with your nation. This film
Interesting.
will serve as proof of friendly cooperation and cultural exchange between Inazuma and Fontaine. It's my hope that the film can be finished and released as smoothly as possible. If you still don't feel
Okay.
comfortable with this arrangement, I would also be more than happy to be introduced to some other renowned individuals in Fontaine's literary and artistic circles.
All right, I'll do as you say. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to cobble together enough mora now, even if it means selling my house, my camera, and every single family heirloom.
Oh my goodness, don't go that
Don't
far.
go that far. I'll also help you out as a brand sponsor.
We can help
Me
out
too.
too.
Even though I didn't bring much more to spend on this trip, it's still better than nothing.
You are too kind, all of you. I
Oh
really
no.
don't know how to.
Ew. Alright, enough about that.
Did she say
Now that
ew?
we have Xavier's savings, my support, and 2 leads who are willing to act for free, I think we will be able to make this happen. So, instead of Mora, you'll help with filming and production.
Oh, but how can we help with that? We don't know much about making a film.
Alright, pull yourself together, Xavier. Tell us if there are still any open positions left among the crew.
All right. Let me think. We still need a camera operator, a clapper loader, and someone to manage logistics. I originally wanted to personally serve as director, but I've been too busy working as the producer. So the positions of director and director's assistant will also need to be filled.
Okay.
Knows what the director and the logistics support person do, but what's a clapper loader?
The clapper loader is responsible for using the clapperboard to record and organize the information of each shot when the camera operator begins shooting. The work requires both patience and careful attention to detail.
A clapperboard? Oh, you mean the thing they hold that goes clap whenever they start filming?
Yes, that's right. Are you interested in that job?
For sure! Paimon's always wanted to try that.
Oh my
Alright,
goodness.
then you'll be our clapper loader. I can find someone from the store to help with logistics. What do you think, Xavier?
Fine by me. As for our camera operator, I was thinking of letting the Traveler take the role.
Oh, he's great when it comes to using a camera. Paimon can't even count how many things we've taken photos of during our journey.
Yes, that's also what I was thinking. I noticed the Traveler had an eye for photography and composition when we worked together previously.
I'm sure that's due to the traveler's journey across Devat and all the places they've seen. After so many adventures, using a camera must be second nature by now.
What do you say, Traveler? Are you interested in the job?
As long as I'm able to
Thank
help.
you. It really means a lot to me. Come on, friend. Let me give you a big warm hug.
I think we better get to work.
All that's left for us to find is a director and an assistant.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, me! I want to be the director's assistant. All we need to do is help the director, right? I can handle that.
All right, then all we need is a director. Oh, all the well-known directors in Fontaine are probably also busy working on their own films these days. I'm not sure who will have time to help.
Oh, Farina helped out a theater troupe recently by serving as an artistic consultant. She could be a good director, right? Besides, it's not like she has anything else to do right now.
Farina? Do you really think Lady Farina would be willing to help us with our humble project?
If we ask nicely, maybe.
Isn't that the name of Fontaine's Hydro Archon? My brother has already informed me about what happened here in Fontaine.
Yep, that's her. She helped out a theater troupe not too long ago, and now she's taking up work as a director.
Well,
We won't know till we
I
ask.
saw that musical. Her performance was perfect, and the storyboards were also excellent. Don't let her former identity intimidate you. She's the best candidate we can think of right now. You'll never know until you give her a shot.
fine. You're right, Shiori. I'll do anything for the sake of my film. Anything!
Oh my goodness.
Then I'll have to ask the Traveler and Paimon to show me the way to Lady Farina's residence. I just hope she'll agree to help.
Do you need us to also come along?
No, there's no need to trouble you with this. Besides, you've just arrived in Fontaine, and I'm sure there are many places you would like to visit. Just leave this task to me. It's part of my duties as the producer.
Very well.
Okay.
Then we'll be waiting to hear the good news.
I'll go with you. By the way, you might want to consider bringing a gift.
And don't worry, we won't simply drop you off at Farina's place. We know Farina pretty well by now, so having some familiar faces there should help your chances. Besides, the whole thing was our idea in the first place.
All right, then I'll start making preparations. As for the gift...
A gift for someone who was once seen as the Hydra Oricon. I wonder what
Cakes
she
and
was like.
sweets.
I recall that Lady Farina once fancied a clockwork ring, so perhaps I should get another exquisite clockwork contraption for her.
Huh? Can't we just bring some desserts, like the Fontanalia mousse?
But wouldn't that be a little too cheap? She does like desserts, though.
Isn't the Fontanalia Festival happening right now? I heard Abel tell us on the Aquabus that Farina introduced the tradition of going door to door and asking for sweets. To do something like that, she must have a real sweet tooth.
I agree with Yoimiya. If the gift is too fancy, it might actually make her feel more uncomfortable.
Alright then, let's go buy some Fontanalia mousse.
Okay.
But will that really be enough? We'll be asking her to do a lot of work, you know.
You're right. We need to further sweeten the deal.
Give her a pot.
You want something even sweeter than Fontanalia mousse?
Yes, we'll need a gift that's sweeter than any dessert in the world.
Well, what could that be?
Your words of praise.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna butter her up then, apparently. Oh, I've got a recipe for the mousse. Okay. Do we have to make some ourselves then? Okay, where's the cooking area then? Okay, so Frida has an apartment, apparently. Wood. And loose. Okay, to cook. Okay, that's one made. Okay, where is it? Oh, here.
We're here! This is where Farina lives.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door.
Coming. Seriously, who's knocking before afternoon tea? Who are are you?
Lady Farina, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Xavier, a film director.
Hello. Oh, is that the traveler in Paimon I see behind you? And who's this?
I'm Chiori.
Ah, the one from Chioria Boutique. Hello, hello. So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something?
Did you just get up, Farina? It's already past noon, you know.
Oh my god.
Huh? Oh, Paimon means the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm. Just like how you make us feel. Sleeping in late is a real smart idea.
What was that animation?
No. I was just up late last night reading some novels. What does sleeping in have to do with the weather?
This is a small gift we've prepared for you, Lady Farina. We hope you like it.
No need to be so formal. I'm just a regular person like everyone else now.
Oh my
Is this
goodness.
Fontinalia mousse? It's one of my favorites.
That's
Oh my
great.
goodness.
So, actually, there's something we need your help with. Given your renowned passion and understanding of drama, I would like to ask that you serve as the director of our film crew.
Oh, but didn't you just say that you're a director?
Yes, but for this particular project, I'm mainly working as a producer. Besides, I'm sure that your understanding of the performing arts far surpasses my own, Lady Farina.
Are the Traveler and Paimon also part of the film crew?
Yep, we sure are. Paimon's the clapper loader and he's the camera operator.
Camera operator? That can be a pretty technical job, and it directly affects the final quality of the film. Are you really up to it? No, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that I've never really seen you use a camera before.
Maybe you can come up with a test for the Traveler and see for yourself. If
Yeah.
he can satisfy you with his camera skills, then you'd have nothing to worry about and can join the team. What do you say?
You sure are getting better at rolling with the situation, Paimon. I do wish to see how skilled the Traveler really is with a camera. Alright, how about this? We'll work with what we have. I'll give you some scenarios and see if your work is up to my standards.
Sure, no
Very
problem.
good. It's essential for the camera operator to understand the director's vision. I'll make my decision after seeing your work. Are you ready? I have high standards, you know.
I'm ready.
Okay, grab the camera and I'll give you a scenario.
Okay, filming, film. Goodness me. Filming, theme, directed by Farina. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me have a look. I cannot pronounce that name. Is the boss of Belmont Workshop and has always been proud of her forging machine, as it can not only precisely control strength of temperature, but also takes no effort from the blacksmith. Let's film a promotional video for a workshop, remember, to emphasize the superiority of her forging machine. Okay. You'll need to film several shots according to the director's requirements and compile them into a video. Camera positioning is key. You should assess the camera's position requirements beforehand. Okay. Confirm. They've been filming. There'll be narration requirements. Select the most suitable narration according to the story. Satisfy all the correct film requirements. After selecting the most suitable choices for all. Yeah. Yeah. Try that as our first attempt. Okay.
Oh, it appears that you have more skill than I thought.
Yay!
All the shots had a great composition, and I could really feel a connection to the characters and their lines.
So what's the verdict?
Yeah! Does that mean you agree to be our director, Farina?
Did you think I would agree just like that? After our performance of the Little Oceanid, I've begun to make a name for myself again, you know. In fact, I've already had several troops approach me for the Fontanalia Film Festival. Unfortunately, the scripts were all pretty boring and didn't pique my interest. If others were to find out I agreed to work with you so easily, then, well...
Hey, but didn't we have a deal? What else do we need to do to convince you, Farina?
The script? I mean, she just said that they were boring.
Well, what about the pay?
Huh?
You know, how much you're willing to pay me to be the director? The pay is also an important factor for me to consider, you know.
Goodness.
Well, I can offer you this much?
What? That's all? If Nervilat were to hear of this, he could charge you with underpaying your labor.
I'm sorry, but our crew is in a tight financial spot at the moment.
I see. Well, even though it's highly unlikely now that I'll join your crew, there's still something I'd like to ask. Exactly what film are you planning to make?
Oh, our script is an adaptation of The Two Musketeers.
Huh? Wait, you mean the suspense thriller novel that was a #1 bestseller?
Oh, so Farina's read it too.
Of course I read it! I've always had a keen interest in artistic works that strike a chord with the populace. I see. It all makes sense now. You must have used most of the budget to pay for the copyright.
Not really. The novel's author transferred the copyright to me practically for free once he heard that I wanted to make a film adaptation of the story. The lack of budget is due to another issue.
He probably just wants to get his name out there. So, Mora isn't the most important thing to him right now. It reminds me of a delivery courier who wears one of my designs while traveling all across Teyvat. I didn't charge her much for the outfit either. The
I'm just talking
exposure
about
she
the...
provides for my brand is well worth it.
So, are you a big fan of this story, Farina?
Well, it's alright. The pacing of the story is good, but the character relationships could use some work. When I was reading it before, I always felt like some things were left on a rather unsatisfactory note. I have high standards, you know. Ahem, Mr. Xavier, if, hypothetically speaking, I agree to be the director, how much freedom would I have in terms of script revisions and creative interpretation?
Oh, as much freedom as you would need. I wouldn't dare doubt the tastes of Fontaine's greatest star.
Good. Then I'm free to alter the script as I see fit.
Goodness me, I think
Absolutely,
that's what
no
she's most
problem.
interested in. They counted on you, Director Farina.
All right. It seems that your crew really can't go on without my care and direction.
So, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Although the pay is well below what someone of my caliber deserves. A great script calls for a great director. I
Yeah.
mustn't let a perfectly good story be ruined due to lack of funds. If you have fine cheese and bread, you wouldn't just let it sit on the counter and get moldy just because you lack an oven, right?
Thank you,
Oh,
Sharina.
Hydro Archon above! I'm not dreaming, am I? Somebody pinch me.
There's no more Hydro Archon, you know. And it's still a little early to celebrate. There's a lot that goes into shooting a film. Although the trickiest tasks of finalizing the script and casting the actors have already been taken care of, we'll still need to reserve filming locations. Not to say set up lighting and props. And by the way, since we'll be filming the 2 Musketeers, we'll need to find an action choreographer. Ideally, a professional who has actual experience with muskets.
Yes, I've thought about this as well. I was hoping that you might know someone who could handle the job.
Me? If this was before, I could have simply asked Florand. But it's already been some time since I last talked to her. Navia can also use firearms, but unfortunately, her style is quite different from that of the characters in the story.
Could we ask the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
Oh, you mean the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
Yes, that's right. They work with muskets every day. I can't think of anyone more qualified than them.
They would be under Nervilette's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I, don't have any connection with them at all. So, in the end, we still have to start by talking to Nervilette.
No need to go to all that trouble. I know their Captain Chevres.
Oh, you do? Wait, Chiori, how do you know the captain of the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
No particular reason. Running a business means dealing with some trouble from time to time, and she's helped me out on a few occasions. In return, I've helped her handle a few situations in which the Special Patrol couldn't get involved directly. So, we've gotten to know each other over time.
So you're saying there's been times when the Special Patrol needed a fashion designer to handle a situation? Your work is becoming
It's
more and more
interesting.
mysterious.
It'd be best to keep it that way. Anyway, enough about that. What do you all think about asking the captain to be our musket action choreographer?
She sounds professional enough. She is a captain after all. I have no objections.
But I imagine the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol must be busy with their duties. Do you think she'd really have time to help us shooting a film? And then there's the issue of pay.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time, I'll have to go and ask her first.
Then I'll leave that to you. Macaroni's on sale today, so I've got to go. You can just tell me how things went when we discuss tomorrow's plan later.
No problem.
Having Farina join feels like a big boost to our team.
Of course. Just wait until the day of our premiere. You'll witness the true power of my name in these lands. You'll be so glad I agreed to help. I can guarantee that even the standing tickets will be sold out. I'll be sure to ask some people I know to see if they'd be willing to act as extras.
Seems like you're finally getting more comfortable with your own reputation now.
I didn't ask for the Clapper Loader's commentary, Paimon.
Then let's get going. I happen to know where Chevres is today.
Okay.
By the way, I'm curious. If my pay is so low, then what about our 2 lead actors? Didn't they travel here all the way from Inazuma?
Actually, they told us that they see the trip as part of a cultural exchange, so they didn't ask for any pay.
What? So is every person in Teyvat who doesn't want money gathered here to shoot this film? Don't tell me Chiori isn't being paid either.
I already knew Xavier from before. And he's also agreed to give my brand some good exposure.
It seems the gods have really smiled upon you, Xavier. And that certainly doesn't include me, mind you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, where are they? Let's go find them. Fontaine is so big. Up here.
All right, this is the place.
I think I've already spotted them.
But where's the captain? There's hardly anyone around here.
She's over there. The one with an eye patch reading in front of the newsstand.
Oh, her! Paimon could tell there was something different about her. She seems kinda intimidating.
Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch her. She's working now, so you might not want to get in her way.
Working? But isn't she just standing there and reading a novel?
Just trust me.
Okay.
Oh, alright, let's see what happens then. Shiori sure is a mysterious person. She claims just to be a fashion designer, but she knows all these powerful people.
The court of Fontaine isn't particularly tolerant of visitors from overseas, so it isn't easy for a foreigner to promote their brand here. Even more so in the competitive world of fashion. Even a local like me just trying to make a film has to face all kinds of challenges. So I can only imagine what Shiori has been through to get where
Hey
she is
there.
today. I'm sure
What
that
do you
having more
pronounce your
connections has
name?
definitely worked in her favor.
More?
Reading on the job?
How are you?
novel.
Having a good day? Ah,
One
she's
main
reading a
character?
detective novel.
No, multiple. Branching storylines.
Oh my
I
goodness.
see. How's the plot coming along?
One of the main characters is about to make a choice that will affect the rest of his life. I'd wager he's going to make the wrong choice.
Good.
Any way
Currently
to speed
recovering
things
from a
up?
cold, but other than
There's
that, it's
something I
been
need to
good.
help with.
You know that doesn't depend on me. It all comes down to what the character chooses.
Oh my goodness.
Which is exactly why I'm here to help.
Oh, what's happening? Is there some under-table deal going on behind them?
All right. It appears he made the wrong choice in the end. Halt!
Huh? What's going on?
Hand over whatever you're holding.
Goodness me.
It's just a book. I didn't buy anything else.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a look.
Excuse me, officer. I don't mind you standing around here, not purchasing anything, but I'd prefer if you didn't disturb my customers. It's bad for business, you know?
Don't give me that act. You won't be able to get off so easily either. I am
Oh,
Chevron,
she's angry.
Captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. I will say this one last time. Hand over whatever you're holding at once. And before you do anything unwise, let me remind you that I'll have you on the ground before you can even think about making a run for it.
Goodness.
All right. I'll give it to you. But please let me say something first. If there's any contraband in that book, then the shopkeeper here is the one who slipped it in. I don't have anything to do with this.
Oh my.
Trying to leave me on the hook. You were the one who said you wanted it.
Save it for
Oh.
the interrogation room. Take them away, Letelier.
Wow, she just got 2 people arrested. Just from reading a novel next to them.
1 second you're reading a book and the next you're escorting people away.
And who are... Oh! Aren't you the traveler who's been all over the papers recently?
Oh, she's lightened up a
Chiori,
little bit.
I'm assuming what you wanted to ask me about has to do with them, right? Maybe I can let you in on what's happening then. Now that Vache has been brought to justice, no new shipments of synth will be made and distributed to sellers.
Ah,
The
okay.
Fontaine
So
guards
it's
have
like
been busy collecting the
after
remaining
talk on
synths still
that.
circulating on the market. Thanks to a tip from our reliable source here, this should be the very last batch.
That's good. We don't want any more of that going around in this game.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler and Xavier.
Hey, I'm Chevraz. You probably already heard me introduce myself, so I won't bother repeating it.
Why didn't you wrestle immediately?
Why didn't you make a move as soon as you had the chance? Were you worried that my intel wasn't accurate?
No, I wanted to see if the shopkeeper would turn himself in first.
Ah.
All he had to do was come up to me and say that he didn't know where the synth had come from. If he did that, then I wouldn't have had to press charges on him.
I thought it was just the deal in general, getting evidence.
Turn the synth over to Chevraz. But instead, the moment I came up and blocked Chevraz's line of sight, he took the opportunity to sell it off.
Yep, he made the wrong choice, even though the right choice was right there in front of him.
Typical.
But you knew they wouldn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I knew. I was just hoping I'd be wrong for once. Enough about that, though. What did you want to ask me about?
Oh, you see, it's like this.
Yep. Telling them all about it in fast forward.
The two Musketeers. You certainly have a good eye for a story. So what do you need me to do? Just be the action choreographer for the actors?
Yes, that's right. I want to make sure we get all the details right. I want the actor's posture and understanding of firearms to be as realistic as possible. However, I'm afraid this work will require a bit of your time, since you'll have to be present whenever we're filming. Also, as for the pay...
No need to say any more. I'll join.
Huh? Just like that.
Apparently so.
Really? You're willing to help us with our humble film project?
Sure, it's no big deal. As I said, we've wrapped up our investigation here, so I don't have any other tasks on my plate for the moment. Besides, I personally really like this novel. I even have the collector's edition at home. Stories where justice prevails over evil never get old for me.
Then we've got a deal?
Yes, I'll see you on set tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh my! I can hardly believe it! I should tell Lady Farina immediately. Oh, and I must tell the prop manager and lighting technician to get everything ready. We start filming tomorrow!
Someone's overly excited.
Xavier. The film is going to take more than just a day to finish. Still, I should also head back now and start preparing the actors' costumes and makeup.
Alright, guess that's it for today then.
Traveler, Paimon, please stay for a moment. I have something to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing. He's so excited that he can't even walk straight anymore.
Oh no.
I don't want to spend our first day fishing our producer out of the fountain.
Goodness me.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
What, you saying he's just gonna accidentally trip into the fountain? Oh my goodness, this game.
So what did you want to tell us, Chevraz?
Have you read The Two Musketeers?
I've heard a bit about
The story
it.
is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron, and their struggle to survive together and take revenge for their mother. They were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid, so they were never treated well by anyone.
Aww.
One day, upon returning home, they found their mother had been murdered and left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of the baron's household, who never had any kind words to say to them. However, the Baron was able to exert his influence and keep the whole thing under wraps. The mother's death was eventually deemed as a suicide, and there was no chance of bringing her murderers to justice. The two siblings decided to flee and someday avenge their mother. Many
Wow.
years later, members of the Baron's family suddenly started turning up dead one after the other, all killed by gunshot. A rainbow rose was found on each of the victims' bodies, being the flower that the kid's mother liked best. The Baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear each day. But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming adept musketeers. They used all of their
No
abilities to
worries.
collect
Thank you
evidence
for
and
popping
clues
in.
before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the Baron. Their actions let the truth behind their mother's death be known to all.
Ah.
That's quite an exhilarating story.
Yeah, that's
Yep, the
interesting.
Baron got what he deserved for his evil deeds, and justice was able to prevail. It was just the kind of story I enjoy.
Oh, so is that why you were so willing to join our cruise ship,
Ah.
Rose?
Wait.
You could say it was one of the reasons.
Oh, you mean there were other reasons too?
Sounds
I've
like
read
an
the
interesting
reports about
story.
you. Whether it was at the trials or when you lent your hand to resolve our
Ah,
nation's crisis,
okay.
you've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice,
No
as well as a
clue.
great mind for
Probably not. I
deductions.
don't know. Either way. Welcome back. I just misread your message. Oh. Great mind for deductions. Is there a case you need
Yes,
help
you're
with?
as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many similar situations before. There's been a recent murder case involving Muskets. The perpetrator's methods
Ah.
appear to be very similar to
Oh,
what is
thank you for the
described in the novel.
follow.
Huh? Really? But Paimon
Welcome
didn't see
all
anything
Ayat
about
to
that
the
in today's
Eternal.
papers.
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released any information to the public because the
Okay.
investigation is currently at a standstill. The murderer
The
is extremely
story's getting even
cautious.
more interesting, apparently.
Murder involving firearms? But not that many people use those in Fontaine, right?
Of course we have to put them.
Impossible. We perform a routine inspection of our firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Besides, I trust the members of my platoon. However,
Honestly, I'm questioning why they haven't made a
that's all I
character
can
that's like a
disclose
bow
about the case
character with a
today.
firearm. Like, you know, instead of using a bow, it's a firearm that needs to be
I
like
hope you all
loaded
can
every
go back
time or
and get some
something.
shut-eye. You can decide tomorrow
Like,
whether or not you'd like to join the investigation
that'd be
with
a
me.
really cool thing.
I'm aware this might not be the ideal time to add more to your plate, but the more capable people we have, the better the chances that justice will prevail.
Can't someone from the special patrol help you investigate?
Carrying out investigations isn't actually supposed to be our responsibility. Our job is to apprehend the perpetrators.
Okay.
Finding them is really up to the Marechaussee Phantom. You could say I'm taking part in the investigation out of personal interest. I don't
Okay.
want people to see Muskets in a negative way, and also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
You mean
Ah, got
they
it.
might be connected somehow?
I suspect so. Just to make myself clear, this is not an order, nor is it a deal of any kind. It's a request, nothing more. If you two have any interest in the case after we finish filming tomorrow and are willing to assist me, then I would be most grateful.
Okay.
What do you think, Traveler?
Let's give it some thought.
You're right. Paimon's getting a little tired too. We've really been hustling all day.
You'd better head back and get some rest. It's good to keep a calm mind, especially when you're about to make an important decision. Otherwise, when the moment comes, you might end up like that shopkeeper and not even realize that the right choice is right there in front of you.
Okay, so that's Act 1 completed. Is Act 2 available yet? It looks like it is. Okay, let's continue on then. Okay, so I need to wait till the next day. Okay, that should be that. The story seems really interesting so far. Is that enough?
It's finally time to meet up with everyone. Paimon even dreamt of making the film last night. If Paimon remembers right, we're meeting at Hotel de Boer. Let's get going.
Looks like we're not too far from it.
Ayaka, Yoimiya, you're already here.
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, and how about you, Ayaka? What were you up to yesterday?
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervilette at the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, okay.
I was originally thinking of going with him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aqua bus with Yoimiya and visited the opera house on Aranias Island.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there. 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together. You've already seen them, right?
Yeah, that's one of the
those
boss
two.
fights.
Amazing, aren't they?
That's one of the boss fights, I believe.
We sat and watched for quite a while. It was mesmerizing. Like we could keep watching them forever.
Wow.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them, too.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach. Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed underwater. I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down together. 3, 2, 1, and then splash! We were beneath the waves.
Oh.
At first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out, the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all. Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way faster than I did.
Oh, this is cute.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too. That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
Yeah, and there were so
This is really cool. We get to actually see their
like those fish that shimmer like a
because
sword
this
blade.
feels like something they might have skipped out on.
And those big fish that call when they see people.
Oh, you mean Hunter's Rays and Blubber Beast.
I just love the name Blubber Beast. Just wait till Pops and the others hear about this. They probably won't believe a word I say.
Sounds like they had a big adventure.
Yoimiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aqua bus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the waves when I went to sleep last night. But as soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
That's funny.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
Yeah, we're missing some people.
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon. As for the others, we're here.
So what,
Please
we're just
excuse my
missing
tardiness.
Farina.
I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
Wait, 6 miles?
I'm surprised you haven't.
I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure could use some of that endless energy everyone else has.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee? More milk, hold the sugar.
Sure. I'd be happy to do that for you. No, you can't go anywhere. Please, have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. The last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
Yeah.
So much energy. Seriously, what's her secret?
Oh, Yoimiya's always like that. But you sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because
We're
you're not
working
used
on
to
the
waking up so
script.
early, huh?
Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be omitted or adapted.
Basically,
Huh.
lots of work.
Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough.
Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious when the situation calls for it. I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Oh, thank you. The sound of being called director and the aroma of coffee feels almost as refreshing as hearing the birds chirping in the morning.
It seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
Got 2 other people here?
We've
I'm
reached an
guessing...
agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second floor to shoot our film.
Okay.
That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers. Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new members. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items. And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination to set up each scene's atmosphere.
Wow. Sure feels like we have some real professionals joining the crew now.
First of all, please allow me to first express my sincerest gratitude to everyone in the crew. When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to provide the funds, I really thought that this was the nail in the coffin for this film. I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on such short notice. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma. I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of
After all the
every
issues
person
we're
in it,
having.
as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, the 2 Musketeers will officially begin filming now! You may take it from here, Director Farina.
All right, listen up, everyone. The first scene takes place when the 2 young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches. All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine.
Yeah.
Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, different kind of waves.
I think she's still traumatized by that.
Seems like she's still
Oh
a
my
bit traumatized
goodness.
by that.
That's exactly what I
Anyway,
said.
let's go see if there's anything we can do to help.
Okay. Act 2 starting. Goodness me. Look for people who need help. One. So we've got 0, 2. So we've still got 2 people to help, being... okay. Let's talk to Yomiya first.
How about here?
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yoimiya, do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of atmosphere the lights will create. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera and Paimon will be the clapper loader, right? Those roles are just perfect for the two of you.
Really? Is that because it'll be easy for Paimon to hold the clapperboard while flying?
Well, sure, there's that, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack. Oh, I see. It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Yeah.
Well, we need lights over there, too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh, it's exciting to see so many people working together to bring the film to life.
Okay.
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right. We do have a super close bond, don't we?
Of course.
Paimon's really happy to hear that.
Okay. You got free.
I don't need any help here. Why don't you try asking someone else?
Okay. Dr. Chiori? This character
My
design
has
looks
mentioned you to
amazing.
me before. She said that you two were great friends when you were kids.
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
Someone's talking too much. Prepare to start filming.
So, this is a real musket?
No, it's just a prop weapon. Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images. When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in post-production.
Okay.
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic. Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintenanced.
Good point.
Okay.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension of my body.
Yes, this way, our weapons will never betray us in the heat of battle.
Yes, well said.
It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
It's cool.
Oh, sounds like they found a common interest to talk about.
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon, or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Like this?
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
This is the end of the road for you.
Good. Now turn your body a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulders. Here, allow me to demonstrate. This is the end of the road for you.
Huh. Excuse me, Miss Chiori. Director Farina, there's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it? Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point. But are you sure you wish to do this?
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist.
What are they talking about?
Right, I understand. Miss Ayaka, Miss Chevres, could the two of you please come over here?
Huh? What's going on? Are we gonna start filming now?
Let's go see.
What is it?
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the role of a musketeer?
What?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
Oh, yeah, so.
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as a good thing. I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here can get rather complicated. Now, I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm not really one for public performances.
Are you really sure? From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character, but this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister, and the theme of the two supporting and relying on each other isn't conveyed very well. But if we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the older musketeer.
Of course,
Interesting.
even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss Chevres.
Chevres mentioned that she really likes the story, right? Paimon bets that she'll take the role.
But we still don't know if she's a big fan of acting.
All right, I'll take the role.
Good. It's decided then. I'll get started on making edits to the script. We'll also need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes.
Okay.
I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than the original story.
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevres. You have my gratitude.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one thanking you.
Well, since my
Interesting.
brother is the one who brought up the idea, I suppose there's no need to worry. Let's go, Miss Chevres. I look forward to working with you.
Please, just call me
That's
Chevres.
really cool.
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to spend more time on formal business.
Oh,
That's
come
all.
on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka, her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler. But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different kinds of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I
Aw.
would like to give her some space.
Alright, go on. Spoil her some more.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
No need to poke fun at me. I'd wager that you also felt that I wasn't the best candidate for the role.
Still would have been good.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
You going back to work?
Yes, I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
Go on now.
Exciting.
And please take good care of Ayaka.
Yep, don't worry.
You can count on it.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the film when it's finished.
All right, now that we're all here, let me help set the scene for everyone. The first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but they still have no idea why. We want to capture how naive and innocent they are, despite their pain. Chevres will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister, Iris. Be sure to get close-ups of the main characters at the right moment. Silence on the set! Lights! Camera! Action!
Let's go!
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers on the way home. You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip, I'm home.
Mother! You were out for so long, we were beginning to worry about you.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat, apple turnovers.
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
But I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home? What's the matter, Iris?
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh. It's all right. Don't worry. Girl, it doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. No one can define you with such words. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you. Just like your names. You will both blossom like beautiful flowers. Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet. But one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else. Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut! Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
Paimon.
Got it!
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevres?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
Mm.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles. This scene is when our two
Welcome,
characters return
Lee-Kiwi54
home,
to the Eternal.
only to discover their mother
Hi there,
has
Lee
been
Kiwi.
murdered.
How are you? Thank you for the
Ready?
follow.
Lights, camera, action!
Paimon was
Mother,
quiet
you
this
back?
time. Oh my goodness.
Mother?
Okay.
What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris,
It's
stay
a-
away!
Huh? Why? What's...
Oh no.
Mother! Mother... She's...
There's poison in this cup.
Mhm.
I could have sworn I've seen this kind of cup before.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions. Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Oh my goodness.
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house.
But are we just going to let them get away with this?
We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now. Come on, let's go.
No, wait. We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
And cut! Beautiful! Great performance!
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
Good
I was
question.
surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, as soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment and became the character.
Wow.
It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only on what's happening in front of you.
Ayaka's
Interesting.
performance was amazing. Have I discovered an acting prodigy? Pipe down,
Maybe.
everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Next scene. My goodness. Full day of okay.
Huh? Are we done already? But Paimon wants to keep playing with the clapperboard.
Aw.
How do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
A little bit, but it was
Good
a lot of
work,
fun.
you two.
You too, Shivers. You were quite the actress today.
Yeah,
I've read
definitely.
this novel many times before. I have a good grasp of my character's mindset. Anyway, do you remember my request from yesterday?
Oh, right! We were having so much fun that Paimon nearly forgot. You have a case where the murders seem really similar to the cases in the novel, right? So, how are they similar exactly?
In the story, the main characters grow up to become two musketeers, always using their guns to carry out their revenge.
Mm-hmm.
And on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a signal that they've returned. Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses just like in the novel. Seems like you're connecting the dots now.
Interesting.
Oh, that does sound pretty concerning. Especially after seeing the script today. Oh, now Paimon can't stop wondering what kind of ulterior motive the murderer might have. What do you think, Traveler? You're smart. Paimon wants to hear your thoughts.
Good.
Yeah.
On behalf of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, thank you for your dedication to justice. There's no time to lose. We should start investigating right away. Follow me.
So we're going to be making a film and investigating a crime.
I'm so tired.
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea. If you don't stay vigilant, you will pass right by them in the fog. That's how one of my favorite books always puts it, at least.
One way to put it, I guess.
Where are we going right now?
Let's start by checking out some workshops that sell mechanical components. If the culprit is making their own weapons, it's very likely that they'll visit those sort of places.
Huh? That seems reasonable. Probably should have just teleported. It's probably quicker. Oh well. Stuff. Fontaine is such a big, like, city.
Welcome to Lachaud's Clockwork Workshop. How can I help you?
Hello. I'd like to know if anyone has purchased some special components lately.
Special components? Sorry, could you be more specific?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clockwork toys, but for firearms.
Huh? For firearms? No, we don't sell those sort of things here.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble. We are merely investigating a case, and we're hoping that you could cooperate.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of components that would entail.
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers who buy in bulk on behalf of their organization.
Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're welcome. It's the least I can do.
Okay, so no info there. Okay, next place.
Oh, hey, Chevris. Run out of oil for your musket again?
Hello, Estelle. I want to know if anyone has come to your shop recently to order some firearm components.
Oh, is this another case? Let me think. I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontanalia Film Festival, but I refused all of those requests.
Oh, why's that?
Wait, she refused all requests and went.
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I don't
Wait a
have the
minute,
energy to
so-
make some new molds just for the festival.
I went. We've got 2 prop guns. So where did they come from?
Then has anybody come specifically looking for mechanical components?
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre. I don't typically give them to one specific person.
I understand. Thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention
That's
it.
strange. Like,
Always
unless
happy
those
to have
props
the
already
Musketeers
existed,
patronage.
like, how on earth did we get the props?
Seems like we haven't found any leads to go off yet.
Yeah, unfortunately. Alright, let's head to Fliv Sandra next.
Huh? Are you sure? People might not be so thrilled to see the captain of the special patrol there.
You think so, huh? Then I guess you don't know.
Huh? No what?
That I grew up in Fliv Sandra.
What the? Guess where that going. We're gonna teleport for this one. Okay, that should be the teleport waypoint next to it. Okay, 3 places to investigate. Let's investigate these ones.
Finally on the right.
Hey, it's you.
It's been a while, Tetro.
Please, just get on with your request.
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about muskets lately.
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson. I can allocate some more manpower to help out with that problem. What do you say?
You're still as helpful as ever.
Yeah.
Men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
This is Fliv Sandra, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day. But that gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have happened.
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
You mean, a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
In Fliv Sandra, knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today. It's the guy living in the east side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders a drink and sits there with a nasty look in his eyes.
So, who was the one who lost the gun in the first place?
Don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
He's right.
I know you grew up here, Chevrolet. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
I'll come and go as I please, and I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Here.
Hello, I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know anything.
Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anybody.
You say that now.
It's the truth. Here, take this as my guarantee.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the Special Patrol bribing a citizen?
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to Muskets and Fliv Sandra lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So loud that it's been waking me up.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here. Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere. It's all the same.
but the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember clearly.
Is it that you don't remember, or that you need to think about it some more?
You tell me.
Then please, think about it some more.
She's giving her even more Mora!
The noises came from the end of the Southern Waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the pat de fruit.
No need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk. My apologies, I'm all out of sweets. Though I do have some other tempting snacks in my custody. Fries, fried chicken, and even onion rings. But taking care of junk food is my responsibility. You're better off sticking to your normal, nutritious diet. Now then.
God, is that one of her, like, idol animations? Oh my goodness. Makes me want the character even more. And I just love, like, Paimon's face. Over here, now.
What's all this? Some broken planks and barrels, as well as some liquor bottles?
They're all lined up.
Have a closer look, Paimon.
That's the definition of a targeting
Even though somebody has
range.
purposefully tried to clean them up. These are obviously marks from musket bullets. In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the barrels and bottles for target practice.
Could it have been the killer?
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendra own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even fewer would go to such lengths to hide markings from practice shots. Anyway, let's go. There might be more to this.
Interesting. Okay, where are we going then?
Seems like that's all we'll be able to uncover for today.
Paimon feels like we managed to learn a lot more here than up on the surface.
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to our suspect, then their timeline was probably something like this. A month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket, and took it to the Fleuve Cendra for target practice. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done, he left a rainbow rose on the body, just like the scene in the novel.
That all makes sense to Paimon, but we're still no closer to figuring out the killer's identity.
About the guy who
deceased was
died?
a resident of Fleuve Cendra. It's said that he was a poor, solitary man. Yeah, that's also something I'm trying to figure out. If we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of vengeance. But according to our investigation, the deceased didn't have any enemies. He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead. Much less care to leave a rose on his body. What message is the killer trying to convey? And to whom exactly?
Could they be the novels?
We've thoroughly investigated that possibility. He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed his account.
Okay, so he has an alibi.
Not only that, he lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. There are also records of him at an orphanage before then. In the story, the mother of the 2 musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence. More importantly, I've also had a chat with him in person. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the trigger to kill a man.
Then, what should we do now? We have all this new information, but it doesn't help us move forward.
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit in just a single day. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation once we're done with the film. I'm sure that given time, new leads will present themselves.
Wait,
Sounds like a plan.
Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago? Wouldn't you just miss them if you were to stop looking?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What else did it say then?
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
Basically, we'll find something in the end, even if we stop looking. Okay, that's Act 2.
What? Never thought that the captain of the Security and Surveillance Patrol could come from the Fleuve Cendra? You mean rising through the ranks? It was a struggle, for sure. But as long as you can distinguish yourself through your accomplishments and skills, you'll eventually be recognized for your worth. If you look at it another way, my life at Fleuve Cendra has actually taught me a lot of valuable skills. Skills like how to barter with criminals or how to think in their shoes. Of course, I'd appreciate it if you could keep this a secret between us.
Okay. It looks like Act 3 is also available, so we'll continue on. Okay, wait till the next day. And
It's filming time again! Our schedule is jam-packed for the next couple of days, too. We've got so many different locations and sets to cover. Anyway, let's head out and meet up with the others.
where are we? Oh my goodness. I don't know where that is. Here's the one thing Fontaine that annoys me. Okay, it's still down. Okay, there. Fast forward, apparently. So we got a bit of a fast forward.
Good work, everyone! We're looking to wrap with our two main ladies today. I can already smell our success.
What do you mean, looking to wrap? Oh, aren't you the expert now?
This upcoming scene is the two Musketeers' final confrontation with the Baron. There will be quite a bit of action, but no choreography beyond what we've already rehearsed. Anyway, get ready. Lights, camera, action!
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you father.
What did I expect? Seems the daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother. In this world, mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Mother never asked a single thing of you. All she wished was for us to live a peaceful life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death. Compared to that deadly poison, the 2 bullets that will soon pierce through your heart will be like sweet mercy.
And that's exactly why I said you're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me? So let's see. What is stronger? Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands? Get them!
Tulip! There are too many of them!
It'll be okay. We'll cover each other, Iris. And Mother will be watching over us too.
Kamisato out. Sumetsu!
Huh?
You've lost.
To think I'd lose to my own 2 kids.
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for? You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
We will gain our long-awaited justice. It's over.
Finally, it's over. So, where will you go now, Tulip?
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love going where the blossoms were. What about you?
I want to go visit Mother's grave.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite. The rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect the scene to go so well. And we got it in a single take. All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris.
Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevrolet!
Amazing performance.
Thank you. I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly. I wish I could savor the experience for just a bit longer. Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. Filming has really been a lot of fun. You were great too, Chevrolet. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Paimon would have never guessed you're that type.
Who doesn't like stories where the guilty are punished and justice prevails over evil? Don't forget, I'm the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Captain, I have something urgent to report.
Ooh.
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment.
Ooh, sounds like something important.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was just about to tell her how great she did.
It seemed like some urgent official business.
Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. switching around the filming schedule would have been a real pain. Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. You can go home and get some rest. And one last thing, Miss Ayaka. Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider taking up full-time acting? See, I just happen to know this great troupe that's still looking for a lead actress.
Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. I cannot remain in Fontaine to pursue an acting career. Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure this incredible opportunity in my heart.
Oh, that's a shame. But I understand. Just let me know if you ever change your mind.
I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my part's wrapped, I'd still like to swing by and help out the crew. See you tomorrow, Traveler and Paimon.
Yep, see you tomorrow! Well, what should we do next? Maybe we'll go investigate the case some more with Chevres today.
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Huh? Where are we going?
You could say that our ship has finally chanced upon one of those small, remote islands of intel.
Interesting. Okay. Where are we going? Oh, down here.
Paimon's exhausted. Paimon definitely didn't expect having to float this far after a full day of filming. So, Chevres, why did you take us here?
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive, but it should show us a clear way forward. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Emily?
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
She's a good friend of mine. She's lent me her aid several times in the past to resolve some difficult cases. After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's probably the foremost expert on flowers and scents in all of Fontaine.
And then...
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very rare cultivar.
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow rose. Paimon just thought they grew everywhere in the wild.
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those that bloom in the wild. We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise, we were able to pinpoint the place where it was first picked from.
Nice.
Paimon gets it now. So whoever first planted that rainbow rose was probably the killer.
Precisely. And after we checked what we learned against some sales records from the past, we discovered that there's only one person in all of Fontaine who could grow and sell this specific cultivar.
Really? And who is it?
It's the novelist.
But didn't you say he had an alibi?
To be clear, I haven't changed my mind about him. I still don't think he was the one who pulled the trigger. However, that doesn't mean the true culprit never visited him at his home or never purchased a rainbow rose from his garden. Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next place we need to go is...
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit at his home.
Interesting. Let me just note this down. Not that. That's. See you later.
Time to go.
That should be his house.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's pretty unusual, right?
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't be harassed or disturbed.
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to pick one without alerting the Gardamex.
Right. Which is exactly why I think there has to be a special connection between him and the killer.
So, should we knock?
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of a number of those Gardamex first.
But they're so far away. How are you planning to do that?
Don't forget, Paimon, I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers.
Ooh, do we get... I remember seeing a minigame like this. Do we get to do it? Oh, we do! Oh my goodness. So, press the aim button to start aiming, and then aim at an enemy, press the shoot button. Oh my goodness, it doesn't even tell me what the shoot button is. Okay. Okay, aim button, I'm guessing, is it L2? Okay. Okay, so 2 aims. Who knew Genshin would turn into a sniping game? We're gonna have to apologize for taking out his security force.
All clear. Let's go.
Wait! Paimon's a little nervous now that we know he could be the killer. Can we go over our plan of action again?
I'll go knock on the door and make sure it's safe inside. Once we're sure that we're in the clear, I'll ask him to come with us for a quick round of questioning at the guard's headquarters.
But can't we just arrest him?
We don't know if it's him or
no
not.
evidence that he's the killer, or that he lent the killer any direct aid. Still, it would be appreciated if you could pick a rainbow rose from his garden for me while I'm talking to him. It'll help the Marashose Phantom confirm Emily's theory.
Sure, no problem. Just be careful, Chevras.
Okay.
I follow the wind.
Excuse me, Mr. Baptiste, are you home?
Who could it be at this hour? Oh, it's you, Officer Chevras.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like to ask you some questions about a case.
Oh, is it still regarding the murder case from before?
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come with me, Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Chevras, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
Oh! Okay.
By saving me the trouble, you mean...
I will confess. I was the killer.
Oh.
He just admitted he's guilty!
Please relax, everyone.
I'm not armed. The musket you're looking for has been buried in my backyard.
Why has he
Then
just
it's my
decided to...
responsibility to inform you, Mr. Baptiste, that everything you say right now will be used as evidence for the inevitable trial.
Yes, I am perfectly aware of that.
I must say, I hate this feeling.
Oh? Is it because I confessed? Or because you've been proven wrong?
Both, I suppose.
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course. I did it to exact revenge. I know you haven't figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have been taken away to the headquarters a long time ago. But that won't stop me from always remembering his grotesque face. After all, he was the one who killed my mother.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth mother.
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right in front of him.
So, your novel, it was like a record of your life?
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction with many embellished parts. But I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man who abused his power to murder my mother. That part was 100% real.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin, an irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father, the true mastermind behind it all.
I never thought I'd hear that kind of thing from the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
I'm simply skeptical about your motives.
It's simple, really. I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder this burden anymore. You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right. I've become overwhelmed by the aftermath of the murder.
So you're going to call a stop to your revenge, just like that?
The true mastermind is too rich and too powerful for me. I've accepted that I will never be able to avenge my mother alone.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up?
Now, Officer Chavras, I'm the one who has killed a man, aren't I? Are you trying to convince me to commit another crime?
What's your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well, I'd like to speak with you privately.
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's headquarters?
No, it has to be here. I must ensure that we won't be overheard.
Fine. Let's talk here.
When I said won't be overheard, I meant by anyone. I would like to speak with you and you alone.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Please stay safe, Chevres.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to say?
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then listen closely.
So that's how it's all connected.
So, it seems you believe me after all.
Do you want me to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least, not right now.
There's
Then
absolutely
why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny everything. It's been too long. Almost 20 years. Anything that could be used as evidence has long faded away. Even if there might have been a solitary island of truth once upon a time, it has long sunk beneath the waves by now. Justice will never find him.
Not if you don't try.
I know that as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice. But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable life in the fortress of Meripede.
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the musketeer was exquisite. Pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get what he deserves.
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Chavras.
No, he wants you to do
that
the
would be
revenge for
impossible.
him.
No.
Oh my goodness.
What I'd like is for you to perform the deed on my behalf.
Oh, Shiva sure is taking her time. What could they be talking about anyway? Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her? Oh, you do have a point. Still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear what he's saying to Chevres?
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Hey, how did your talk go?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the headquarters for questioning. He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed buried in his backyard.
But what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich guy?
Yes, he did. But for now, I have to return to the Special Patrol. There are still a few loose ends I need to tie up. I'll probably be quite busy over the next few days, so apologies if you don't see me on set.
Alright, Paimon understands if you can't tell us everything you know. We'll just keep an eye on the Steambird then.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
Free complete. Looks like the next part is available. The story's really interesting.
We haven't seen Chevra since that night at Baptiste's place. Well, guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Let's go join up with the others.
Good morning! Hayaka and I were just talking about you. Is Chevra still not joining us today?
Probably not. We haven't seen her either.
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes left before wrapping up the entire thing. She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
Oh,
We
that's
were also
nice.
planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
Of course.
If only Chevros was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those special patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got a case on their hands.
But to be honest, I'm even more concerned by what I read in the Steambird earlier this morning. It said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the Two Musketeers.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but gave no explanation as to why he pulled the trigger. We didn't know about this case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception of our work?
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director can be perfectly comfortable with garnering attention through means other than artistic skill.
To be fair, I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director on our posters.
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has,
Sunk to an all-time low?
spread to the four corners of Tibet.
Act 4. Oh, I do hope Act 5 is available too. Oh my goodness, I don't think I'll be able to wait for an answer. Okay, so set up.
Excuse me, everyone.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
I've been talking non-stop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe me when I say that I will make sure everyone's hard work gets the exposure it deserves.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yes, that's one way to put it. Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to finally introduce you to the original investor of our film, Mr. Morris.
A pleasure to meet you all.
Yes, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morris. We've heard about the issues you've encountered with your financial situation, and genuinely hope that things have taken a turn for the better.
Oh,
I hope so too.
The situation has indeed improved somewhat.
Don't worry, Mr. Morris. Accidents and last-minute challenges happen all the time. There's no need to blame yourself over it. The good news is that we're almost done filming now, and I would even say that this is the best story I've ever seen.
Is that so? I say that's great news.
All right, now that we've gotten all the pleasantries out of the way, let's get this show on the road. We'll mostly be filming typical people and scenery from the streets today to improve the sense of environmental ambiance in some parts of the film. Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Kamisato and Miss Yoimiya as well. They'll be used to show outsider perspectives on the fates of the Two Musketeers.
That's right. Ayato should be here any minute.
Excellent! Then let's start with the scenery shots. Camera and clapper loader, you're up.
Yep, we'll be ready.
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. If you happen to find some particularly lovely patches of flowers and grass, feel free to grab some close-ups of those as well.
Interesting.
Ready? Lights! Camera! Action! Okay, now move the camera slowly. Try to focus on that. What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length a bit. Something the matter? Huh? But wasn't it working fine for all the days before? Veronique, can we try a different camera?
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights! Camera! Action! Don't tell me. This one is broken too?
What's going on?
Do we have any other spare ones we can use?
I'm afraid we only brought these two today.
What? Then go find a workshop to get them repaired right away! Oh, and you too, Bono! Go find our spare camera in the warehouse and bring it back to the set!
On it.
What's going on with our cameras?
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay. Is something the matter, Ayaka?
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today. We're stuck for the moment.
I see.
Well, let's not just stand here twiddling our thumbs. Actors, to the makeup booth. We'll start on the next scene as soon as we get a working camera.
The people at the workshop told me that the part which holds the lens in place seemed to have fallen off. That's super strange. It was perfectly fine just yesterday.
Well, no time to dwell on that now. Let's get back to filming.
Okay, hopefully it's working.
On set!
Unless we've got some, what do you call it? Saboteurs.
By the way, have you heard about that recent murder case?
Yes, I have. It seems that they've caused quite the commotion in the city.
I heard that the chief of the guards is so mad about not catching the culprit that he's about to explode.
Oh? I find that quite hard to imagine, considering how he already looks most days.
Director, we have a problem.
Oh dear.
Oh, we're in the middle of a take! Couldn't you wait until we wrapped up this scene?
No, Director, our film, all the finalized film that we've been keeping in the case has disappeared.
Oh wait, what did you say?
Mr. Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away. I'm coming too.
No, Yoimiya, you have to stay here. Oh. Okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, stay put and wrap up the scene.
Goodness me, someone's...
How could all these problems happen in just one day?
Sounds like sabotage to me.
We're back.
How did it go? Did you find the film?
We found it in the sewers.
Huh? In the sewers? Is
No,
the
for
film
real.
still okay?
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific scenes.
Oh, you scared me for a moment there. I nearly thought we had lost everything. I really don't want to experience that feeling of despair again.
Okay, but who could have stolen the film and dumped it there?
Could it be some competitors working on other films?
But if they wanted to harass us, why wait until the last day?
I have a
Okay,
theory. The
we don't
person
have time to really look into it
related
right
to the
now.
real murder.
Let's strike while the iron is still hot and wrap this thing up once and for all.
Yeah, let's finish it.
I wonder if it has something to do with the real life thing and the warfare and all that.
I would like
Plus-
to officially announce that our entry to the festival, The Two Musketeers, has now
He's not clapping. I have a theory that the person who was originally funding the film might be a bad actor.
Even though the filming
The one doing all the sabotaging. So we haven't seen him till this last day, and then of course all this stuff happens on the day he turns up.
Thank you all for your dedication and support.
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you. Really, you've all helped me so much.
All right. Let's save the awards speech for later, and hopefully also get some rehearsals in before the real thing. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have a celebration feast so loud and fun that even the blubber beast will want in.
Party! Paimon wants to party! Whoa, this after wrapping up the film. Let's go chat with someone.
Okay, we're gonna try and chat with everyone. So let's talk to your
Have you ever seen
man.
a fireworks show, Mr. Morris? It's pretty amazing.
I'm afraid I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
Really? That's all you have to say?
I was thinking, if this film turns out to be a success, could I ask the two of you to stay and be a part of my crew? Of course, I'll definitely increase the pay for next time.
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Xavier, but I've made some plans to go on a journey to the other nations once the festival is over.
Is that so? Well, then in that case, bon voyage, Miss Veronique. Please feel free to get in touch once you've returned to Fontaine.
Interesting. Okay, so let's talk with these two first.
Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went rather smoothly. Thank you for your concern.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine cultural exchange events.
Ooh,
So
interesting.
the next time we visit, we'll be doing so in our capacities as the representatives of the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able to find Fontaine detective novels in Inazuma from now on. Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yaimiko get upset if that happens? That would be stealing some of her business.
I don't think she'll mind.
You've got a point. She's always complaining that light novels have become bland and too predictable after all.
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course. We have also made plans for cross-cultural engagements in the fields of gourmet cuisine, toy making, and artisan craftsmanship.
Wow! Paimon's getting super excited now!
When the time comes, be sure to visit and participate in all the events.
That sounds like fun. Okay, let's talk to Farina, who's probably worried about stuff. Or eating lots of sweets.
Oh, my darling clapper loader and camera operator. You've both worked really hard.
Got our nicknames now.
You worked even harder than us. Honestly, Paimon was getting a little tired of playing with the clapperboard by the end of it. Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights, camera, action!" into Paimon's ears. The actual dream can't even start until you've yelled that.
Hey, if anything, shouldn't I be more grand and wonderful in your dreams? We've been through so much together, and that's how your brain remembers me?
Oh, it's just Paimon.
That's not Paimon's fault. We've just used the clapperboard too much lately.
Anyway, what's most important is that we wrapped the film. I'm pretty confident that we'll take first prize.
Ah, you mean the Farina Award?
No need to mention the official name.
She's embarrassed by it.
If we did win the prize, would Farina just get a statue of herself?
Come on, I don't need that kind of attention. Xavier can accept the reward on
Oh my goodness.
But just imagine! Farina accepting the Farina Award and holding a Farina statue.
Beautiful.
I'm going back to my dessert now.
Oh, you've made her cringe. A little bit too much, Paimon. Talk to everyone. So talk to them. Oh, I missed you.
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big social occasions?
Not particularly. But this is still better than Fontaine Fashion Week.
This character looks so cool. I think I saw what vision she had. I think she has like a geovision, but I can't click how.
That's highly likely.
It's like on her side, on the left
As
side
the
of
film
her.
can premiere as planned.
They haven't had a very good look at it. It's like getting blocked every
That
time.
and all the obstacles we had to face today.
You're right. It's as if all our bad luck just manifested at once.
But why today of all days?
Oh, she has the same suspicion I do.
No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors, so there should be nothing more to worry about.
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is scheduled to end?
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say probably not until well after midnight. Is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late night person, so I
Hi,
might take off shortly.
Matthias. Yeah.
Oh no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
Oh dear.
What is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? That's truly a pity. Sorry things didn't go as planned.
No worries, but yeah.
Carry
She
them
looks
over,
like a
Mr.
really
Morris.
cool
I won't be
character.
able to fetch all of them by myself.
Oh no.
Are you sure that you can't find anyone else?
This guy is sus. Like, over the top
Just wanted
sus.
to make this a surprise for everyone.
Like, the day that we have all our bad luck is the day he turns up. The person who was sponsoring us, but then said, oh, I don't have any money last minute.
You to see them before you leave. They're stunning. I
Oh.
promise that they'll be a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll never forget.
But...
It's okay, just come with me. If we're sneaky enough, nobody else will see us leaving.
All right.
As long as the stuff ain't stored there.
The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance, so it shouldn't be too much work bringing them back.
There we go.
It's still a ways away from the party.
Sorry about that, Mr. Morris.
But yeah, how have you been?
Probably because I'm used to
Having
carrying
a good
fireworks
day?
all the time, so it doesn't feel like a lot of work to me.
Oopsie daisy. You better not have stored the fireworks and have to store the filming equipment. I got you. Yeah.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that?
Ah.
Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
Ooh. I thought this would be part of the film, but nope. This guy is actually the guy.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards.
Oh my goodness, we're scaring into hell.
That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
He was the murderer.
There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean?
Oh my goodness.
Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza.
I knew it. I knew it.
I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
He's scared. This is hilarious. We recorded it.
You're
Oh,
under arrest
so
too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the second musketeer.
Well, this is turning out to be really crazy.
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Drop your weapon. This is my final warning.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you to confess the truth. But this last part is all improv, of course.
Who is she to him?
Shivers, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never said anything about the second musketeer.
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now. Thank you for your performance, Yoimiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be on standby just outside.
I thought we'd go get this
Oh,
info
and
during
please
Act
tell the other
5.
cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it.
Interesting. So, who
So,
are
what do
you
you
to
think,
him?
Morris? Care to talk about what happened 20 years ago? My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. I'd wager that you wouldn't last for more than a minute in there. With the recording we made, you have no chance of winning in court. Cooperating with us now is the most practical move.
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Elisa. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful, and after some time I fell for her. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status, driven me out of my home. I also didn't expect Elisa to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away with her.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice.
Dude,
I
man.
gave her a large sum of mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only... you mean...
Oh, so
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Elisa, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
No. You always had a choice. You just made the wrong choice. Again.
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet. We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. We were so terrified that we didn't even know we could ever take a breath. All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor.
goodness. I really feel bad
Even
for
after the
them.
assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. It was only until the next evening when we finally climbed out and gathered around our mother.
So the story that the author made is a
Had
lot more
already
true
become
than he
cold
let off.
and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a musketeer. The man from before was also killed by me. My brother had nothing to do with it.
Ah.
I figured as much.
The brother only said he did it because he was protecting his sister.
Did?
Oh
He's
my
told
god.
these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way.
He tried to
I think
protect
what
his
really
sister.
tipped me off was How could I not feel a sense of regret in him?
Huh?
He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about you. He insisted that he was the sole perpetrator in the case. But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told him to reassemble it. Wanna guess how far he got?
Not far at all from the sounds of it.
He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life. Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only surrendered himself to draw our attention and create a moment of opportunity for his partner. So, I decided to play along.
My goodness.
And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without hesitation once she saw Morris get separated from the rest of the cast. Besides, why else would he call the novel The Two Musketeers?
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the reach of this story. It's really
Because the
just
story is
same
based
thing as
on
what he
actual
did to
facts.
Eliza all those years ago.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came to visit the set today, just as I expected.
And he caused all this sabotage and everything. Oh my goodness. I thought it was him. Like, I had a theory after everything that
As
happened
for
during
the
the
identity of
previous
the
act.
second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look for an opening. And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects as well. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts in the name of the crew. With that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few lines from his.
My brother. He trusted you.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed on his behalf?
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
I am.
I thought you could do it as well. Oh, the look on your face when you told him to go to hell. I really thought you'd put a bullet in his brain. You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king in the fortress of Meripede? I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold, lifeless hands. And you would call this ending fair? Is this what you call justice?
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me about the truth. I wondered. I agonized over whether I should really put a bullet in his head.
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world. Perhaps, to you, justice is simply reciprocated. An eye for an eye, and a life for a life. But everyone has their own understanding of justice. If everyone were to pursue their own definition of it, there would be no more order in this world. Today, you'll kill Morris, and tomorrow, his children may come for you. The world cannot render judgments based on a desire for revenge. That will only lead to a cycle of revenge, as well as the destruction of order and civilized society. Fontaine is founded on a set of laws and a standardized code of justice. That is why we are the nation of justice. But with all that said, I will promise you this. Morris will not lead a cushy life in the fortress of Meripede.
Chevros, the rest of the special patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yoimiya. Letelier, Terena, please take them away.
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered. At least, not today.
Yeah, no.
Chevros.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew.
I think you made the right
Thank you for
call.
your concern. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven people to take justice into their own hands.
Who would have thought Morris would turn out to be... I'm at a loss of words. How could he have done something like this?
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound. Who knew that such a labyrinth of cases would be behind this story?
Well,
Yeah,
what should we do
crazy.
now? We have a finished film, of course, but should we still go ahead with the premiere?
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be even more motivated to spread the word now that you've learned the truth?
Chiori is right. I'd also like more people to see this story for themselves.
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the script. Is that still acceptable to you, Miss Chevros?
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot an ending if that's what you'd like.
No, it's fine as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real life. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different possibilities are what initially drew me to reading in the first place.
Sounds good to me. I support your decision.
What about Veronique? Will she be okay?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother and Morris. If I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede. I'll make sure to give Risley a heads up about it.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Oh.
All right, then the matter's settled. Now that everything's been taken care of, there's no reason for us to keep looking all gloomy and grumpy. Let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's company. We'll be starting the post-production process tomorrow. You should join us, Chevros. You missed the first few hours of the party, didn't you?
All right. Count me in.
Cool.
Then I'll wait for you over there. There's still some good news that I'd like to share with Chevros.
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the party ends? I'd like to go on a brief walk with the two of you. Thank you very much.
His character is so cool. Oh, he still looks depressed. Are you kidding me?
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting long at all. Is there something else you wanted to tell us?
No, I don't have anything new to share. I just felt that since you were my investigation partners, I should have another conversation with the two of you.
Okay.
Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if you were in my shoes?
What did I say? Was you would have helped him get his revenge? I don't know.
When I was young, my father often took me here to swim. We'd come rain or shine, even when it was freezing cold. He told me that swimming was the best activity to train one's strength of will. You could never give up before reaching the shore, especially when the water was cold.
Oh? Why's that?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you die. At that point, I still hadn't received my vision. One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like knives on my skin, and the seawater was so frigid that it numbed my toes the moment I stepped in. I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say it was his way of educating his children.
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and tossed me into the icy water. The bone-chilling cold took away my senses. I couldn't feel anything but fear and rage. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I realized that if I were to give up, I really would die right then and there. I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. Those few minutes felt longer than my whole life up until that point. I did, however, make it to the other side. I've never felt afraid about anything in my life after that, nor have I ever cried again.
That way of teaching would have never worked on Paimon.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone. It's just that, working now as I am in the pursuit of justice, I still sometimes feel like I've been tossed into that winter sea all over again. The anger and the helplessness.
Chevreuse.
But the worse I feel, the more I know to never give up. The alternative would be to forever lose myself among the waves. Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will drown, but we can still see who swims faster.
I'm game.
You guys go ahead! Paimon will grab the clapperboard to mark the start of the race.
There we go.
Oh, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water, Chevreuse! You were swimming even faster than Paimon can fly! So, about the Special Patrol, did you join because of your dad?
Good
Partly,
question.
but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Oh, so it's due to your love of stories!
Interesting.
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often stranger than fiction. Come on, let's walk a bit more.
What was that? Something glitched
To be
there.
honest, I do sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance.
Where are we walking to? Just here?
Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off my chest.
You're welcome.
We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
Huh, you're right. I didn't realize we were so close.
He really did plant a lot of flowers. It's just like how he described it in the story.
Huh? Wait. Paimon, Traveler, look!
Oh, they
Rainbow
flowers?
roses in the garden. Even though it's a bit late, I must thank you for investigating this case with me. Not on behalf of the Special Patrol this time. It's a personal expression of gratitude from yours truly.
Okay, so you get to ask the
You want
questions.
to hear more about my father? To be honest, I didn't spend that much time with him. He was always busy with the Special Patrol, so he would often return home really late at night. Some nights, he didn't come home at all.
Goodness.
Once, he didn't come home for a long time, maybe a whole week or so.
Goodness.
When I went out to buy food, I learned that he had become a criminal, and by extension, that made me a criminal's daughter.
Really?
But we can talk about that another day.
About the
I actually
case?
have a lot of sympathy for Veronique and Baptiste. I can understand the hatred they feel for their father. But that doesn't mean I'll allow them to walk the path of evil, even if it might lead to another sense of justice. Films are different from the real world. They're a form of art and represent the wishes in people's hearts. I adore the two Musketeers, and I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to act the role as one. I can't wait to catch the film when it premieres in the Opera House. I'm looking forward to seeing the audience's reaction to the climactic ending.
Please take care.
Thank you for looking out for me. I'll see you at the award ceremony. I'd be very surprised if we don't win.
Hopefully we would. I want to see. Well, I think Farina said that she wasn't going to accept the award, but I hope she does. Because that'll just make it funny. And it looks like the last part is available, so let's go. No, wait 2 days later. Are you kidding me? Okay. 2 days later. So, 1, 2. Hopefully that's enough. Sometimes I wish this time function would be instant, but... Anna? Okay. Go to the film festival location. I can let's go. But yeah, we'll deal with all the mini games to finish final main act. The top one passes after that. Yep.
Hey there, you two! Sorry I've been scarce. I've been buried in marketing and preparing the film for release ever since we wrapped post-production.
The award ceremony is today, right? Paimon wonders if we'll win the Farina Award.
I'd give it a 90% chance.
Farina! Oh, Paimon didn't know you were already here. You're earlier than everyone else.
I'm sure the others will also be here in no time. Xavier, if we end up getting called on stage, shouldn't you come up with a name for our crew?
What? But we don't even know if we're going to win. I wouldn't want to jinx our chances by celebrating early.
Damn.
Just open your eyes. Surely you've seen the audience's reactions to our film. We've had nothing but critical acclaim. You've also had conversations with the Opera House's operating staff, right? Didn't they want to increase the number of showings?
That's cool.
With the mora you've made from the box office, you can now open your very own film company.
But that's all credit to my amazing crew. You've all helped to make this a reality, so I can't be the only one asked to come up with a name.
Well, give it some thought. I'm sure the crew will respect your choice.
I agree. Hi, Spoon! How are you? Having a good day?
Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the Fortress of Meripede?
Huh? But shouldn't we stay for the award ceremony?
I wanted to ask you two to invite Shavraz to join us at the ceremony. She's one of the lead roles, after all.
Oh, is she at the
I haven't been able
fortress?
to find her recently, so I haven't had the chance to invite her personally. According to the papers, the culprits of the Musket murder case will be personally escorted today by the captain of the Special Patrol to the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yep, just
Piece of
wait
cake
there,
for us.
Xavier, and maybe try to come up with a few snappy-sounding names.
All right, then I'll leave you to it.
Okay. The bad guys are getting escorted. I'm doing good. I'm feeling a lot better from my cold, but it's kind of... how to put it? Like... It seems to have basically turned more into a chesty cough type thing. Like, I haven't coughed, but every time I go to bed or wake up in the morning, I find I have a sore throat or, really gunked up throat. So, Sleeping hasn't been one of the things that's been easy to do. But other than that, I'm feeling a lot better than I was, and hopefully by next week I'll be right as rain. Thank you for the head pats too. So we're going to the Duke's office. To the office. Let's see what Chevrolet's are.
This is as far as I'll be taking them. I'll leave the three of them to you now.
Got another errand to run?
Something like that. I'm expected at a party.
Now that's something you don't hear every day. Found a new pastime?
No, it's just a special occasion.
Festivals really do bring people together. It's been a while since I last had so many visitors at the Fortress of Meripede.
Nice to see
Call
Rose
it the
again.
festival spirit, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. Even our head nurse has gotten herself all worked up preparing super deluxe nutritious shakes. Just one gulp and you'll have met all your nutrition needs.
That sounds scary.
We've already finished discussing everything. So, what do you think about my heads up, Mr. Risley?
I believe I haven't yet made any promises or guarantees.
Yeah,
But you also didn't shoot me down.
yeah.
How about this? You could give everyone a copy of the newspaper. Perhaps on the day when the cover story happens to, oh, I don't know, expose a certain someone's misdeeds from 20
Yes,
years
give
ago?
them Hal.
I suppose then a certain someone may soon find himself the most unlucky person in the Fortress of Meripede?
While another two people will soon be hailed as heroes.
Speaking of heroes, did you two need something from me?
Actually, we're here for...
You're here to invite me to the party, right? Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Yeah.
Let's hit that right away! See you, Risley! Happy Fontanalia Festival!
And the same to you.
My goodness. Okay, where are we going? Going all the way back. We are going here. Come on. We need, like, I'm hoping Farina gets put on stage. Come on, we need to give Farina the Farina Award. I mean, come on. That's too meme-worthy to not be to actually happen.
And the winner of the Farina Award for the first Fontanalia Film Festival is... the Two Musketeers!
Yeah! Farina's happy?
Congratulations, Mr. Xavier.
Oh,
We
he's
won?
happy.
I can't believe it! I really can't thank all of you
His
enough.
brain just skipped a beat.
My takes on Fontaine's entertainment industry have never been wrong.
Now, please welcome to the stage the producer of the Two Musketeers, Mr. Xavier!
I hope you came up with a very good name for your troupe.
Thank you.
My
Thank you all
goodness.
so much for your recognition and support. While I'm up here, I would love to give special thanks to...
Time really flies, huh?
It certainly feels that way. It feels like it was only yesterday when you were teaching me to hold a musket.
Will you come back to Fontaine again?
Of course! I'm very fond of this city. There are so many novel and interesting things that it's been hard to keep track of them all.
Aw, she's made a
But
friend.
how about you? Would you be interested in visiting Inazuma?
I can't say the thought has crossed my mind before, but I'd be willing to consider it now.
I will
Ooh.
be eagerly awaiting your visit. It would be wonderful if you could visit my home and enjoy a taste of our tea and desserts.
Yeah, let's keep in touch.
Did you accomplish all you came here for?
Yes. And you should visit Inazuma again sometime.
How has Ogura and her business been?
To my knowledge, she's doing quite well.
Tell her I said hi.
They certainly will.
How does
I
that?
hope the thunderstorm has stopped.
Yeah, she has an Inazuma
And the war has also been brought to an end.
Geovision
Peace
from
and
the looks of it.
prosperity has returned to the islands.
That's
I quite
cool.
like the sound of that. Perfect
I
for
wonder
hanging
what
textiles out to dry.
star this character
I'd
will
like
be
to
at.
offer my thanks
I'm
again
really
to the
hoping she
entire
becomes a
cast and
character to
crew.
gift.
Without you, I would have never completed this film, much less had the opportunity to be standing on this stage. With the support of my entire crew, I would like to officially announce our film company, Musketeer Pictures.
Musketeer Pictures, that works.
That has a really nice ring to it.
Then in that case, let's please welcome all the members of Musketeer Pictures onto the stage for a commemorative photo.
Oh, Paimon didn't know we'd also be taking pictures.
Director Farina, I believe you are the most deserving person to raise this
Yes,
toast.
yes, please.
No. There's no need. It's so embarrassing.
It's an honor the director deserves. Yes, I agree.
Yes, yeah, we all agree. Farina must hold the Farina Award that's basically a statue of Farina.
Just accept that you're not getting out of this.
Ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1.
Musketeer Pictures!
Oh, that's such a nice picture on Farina. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. I know what picture I'm using whenever I post this product onto YouTube. And we get a picture to put in the teapot too. That's so good.
Lady Farina, please allow me to take just one more photo of you. I would also love to get your autograph.
Oh
just
my
as
goodness.
a memento of our time together on the crew.
Hey, I've had enough of the camera flashes from when we were all up on stage.
But, Lady Farina, you are the best director I've ever met. The most photogenic maiden in all of Fontaine.
Oh my god, you're taking it a bit too far.
Exactly where you shine. I believe all photographers would agree. Come, the brightest star of our land. Show us your light.
Yep, so you're going way too far.
Praises of your beauty.
Well, I'm flattered, but
Okay.
all right. I'll humor you and try a few more different poses. But I don't have to hold the trophy, right?
Of course. You may pose however you like.
She doesn't want to hold the trophy again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. By the heavens, my luck has been beyond belief. I'm having a hard time coming to terms with it now. Oh.
He's gonna faint at this rate. He'd go crazy. Anyone else to talk to? I don't see anyone over there. I spot you two.
Miss Yoimiya, we haven't had the chance to talk, but please accept my thanks for everything you've done over the past few days.
Oh, but I feel like I didn't do anything out of the ordinary.
I'm very grateful for your assistance during that special performance in the warehouse. It
Uh-huh.
was always going to be somewhat risky, to engage and draw away Morris all on your own. You're only a civilian and have never been trained to act in such a dangerous situation.
I think it was
Say it like
cool.
that. As the director's assistant, it was my duty to help out the crew however I could. It was an honor to help you solve the case. I have to admit, though, my heart was thumping super hard the entire time I was laying on the ground. I was scared that everyone would notice.
You did great.
Oh, and before I forget, if you ever visit Inazuma, please come and pay a visit to Naganohara Fireworks. I'll make some fireworks for you. I even know what shape I'd make.
I'm guessing a musket.
Telling you now would really
Yeah.
If you really want to see it, just come and visit me.
Amazing. Okay. Is Aika an item anywhere? I don't see him. Yeah, I don't see them. They might be elsewhere. Yeah, I don't see them. But that's the main story done. So all we have now are the mini games. Hi, Miku. The story's been really good. Yeah. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, New Year's like literally tomorrow, technically. Like what? Tomorrow's the 31st for me, and then it's just overnight. Oh, it's crazy. The year's gone like a flash. I was already amazed how fast Christmas came up, and now it's almost the new year. Well, I know what I'm doing. Every time there's a new year, I always load up my Animal Crossing games. Do the new year countdown on there as well as watching it on TV. So it's, really exciting time. Yeah, I do it on both. I used to just do it on my DS version, but when I got to Horizons, I started doing that on both of them. Um, so yeah, I'll be doing that with family as always too. Let's have a look here. We've got some mini games to do now. I mean, I have been thinking about streaming Animal Crossing at some point. 'Cause, as I said, I do have New Horizons, but as mentioned, my island's getting kind of old, and I really I want to change some aspects of it, but I don't know. When I've designed something, I keep it the same. Like, I don't like change, if you know what I mean. Like, I even don't like animals moving out 90% of the time. But I may do a stream just showing off my island at some point. Okay. So we got what? 4 mini games to do? Yeah, I mean, one thing I would love to do is start a new island, but the problem is I'd need a new Nintendo Switch for that, and I don't have the money for that. It's the one thing I hate about Animal Crossing is the fact it's only like one island per what do you call it, per console. Because I'd love to try a new one, because if you remember, like, this is the one I started off with when I first got the game, so it's, I've definitely learned a lot since then. But yeah, maybe I might open the island up on the day. Yeah, it's one island per Switch, unfortunately. And even, I'll tell you this, one thing that's annoying. If you ever get a new Switch and you want to transfer everything over, the one thing it doesn't do is your island. You have to download a separate piece of software and transfer it over separately after you've already done the initial transfer, apparently. Which sounds like the most iffy thing ever. But that's only if you want to transfer your island to a new Switch or anything. But yeah. From what I know, a lot of YouTubers that do multiple islands will do an island uh, to the point of saving it for the online dream addresses and stuff, then get rid of it and then start a new one. But even then, they still find it difficult to get rid of an island, but then they probably. But yeah, since I've only got one Nintendo Switch, it means that I only have the basically one island. I do want a second Switch, but honestly, saving up for the Switch Pro. Like, if we ever get a Nintendo Switch 2 or Switch Pro, that's what I'm saving up for. Then I'll do a transfer from my old Switch to it, and then use the old Switch as, like, a new island type thing. But either way, I may do that at some point. Maybe I'll do a poll at some point, like, for some random things. I don't know. Yeah, saving for a new Switch if a new like model Switch ever comes out with like upgraded graphics and stuff. Upgraded graphics and internals, if you know what I mean. Like when I heard about the OLED version coming out and I heard there was only a screen upgrade, I was like, nah, not for me. Basically. Unless there's some internal upgrades, I'm not gonna get it. Anyway, let's go on to the mini games. Which one's this one then? I don't know if all the mini games are unlocked yet. I'm hoping they are, because it'd be nice to finish them all in a single day, but either way. Yeah, I am saving up for other things as well. It's like, a second Switch. Mm. Wait, so some kid got a PlayStation 5 even though he wanted to see what? Oh, I missed that. Okay, let's see. Go to challenge. Okay, it's just here. Is this the mini game I think it is? It is. This one's funny. This one's really funny. I mean, it's one of those things. I'll probably get a PlayStation 5 eventually, but the problem is there's no games I'm interested on it yet. Like with the PlayStation 4, it was they had a Hatsumiki game, a few Digimon games, stuff like that, and then of course Genshin Impact came out on it. But in relation to the PlayStation 5, nothing I'm interested in has came out on it. There's no like Hatsumiki games or anything. I've never played a Spider-Man game. It's not a franchise I'm really interested in. Like I've watched the Marvel movies, of course, including the Spider-Man ones, but it's not a franchise I'll buy the game for, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's just PlayStation 5. If I was to get a PlayStation 5, it would be the disc version, so I could load up the PlayStation 4 games on it, but even then, it's like there's no actual PlayStation 5 games I'm interested in yet. They're all just either PlayStation 4 or they're available on PlayStation 4 or Switch or PC, There's so many other ones, There's no reason to buy a PlayStation 5, in my opinion, from my point of view. I think you might like this minigame, Miku. This is a shooting game. This is really funny. They decided to add a shooting game. We got our own rifle. Time to rifle some enemies. Yeah. Yeah. Where are the enemies? Okay, there's one enemy. Okay, that's a one hit. That's a two hit. Ah, I missed. You got him. We got to do a little bit of this during the main story, but still, this is hilarious. Yeah, mate. Oh, the reload time. Yeah. Let's take the reload time on this thing. Okay. Sorry, mate. Oh, really far away, okay. ×4 kill. Challenge completed. Okay. Next one. Yeah, I was just sleeping. I was like, sorry, mate. Dying in your sleep. Although, then again, as soon as I shot him, he stood up immediately and then died. Emergency plan. Sorry. High value target. Oh, great. Okay, so we have to defeat them while protecting something now. So where are they coming from? Oh, they're already there. Okay. Oh, another set. Oh my goodness. Drag! Where is it going? Where are the enemies? My goodness me. Ah! Okay, it's going this way. Oh my goodness. Really? Really? Why are there loads of bombs everywhere? Yeah, this one seems really fun. Ah, missed. Man, it's protecting it. Oh my goodness me. Haha, what a missed. I don't think you can. I could try, but I'm pretty sure you have to zoom in first. Because I don't think the option to shoot even appears until you've zoomed in, unfortunately. Which is ironic. Yeah, it's like you have to zoom in first. Because the option to shoot ain't there yet. Oh, come on, I was aiming for... Yeah, it feels fun. I feel like I'm doing this in the wrong way, though. Okay, that should be right. Okay, I need to wait for this guy. Of course, it's out of range. Just my luck. Yeah, happy New Year to you too. Oh, yeah. There we go. Go on, last one. And last one. Nice. Okay, what do I have to do for the last one then? Oh, great, this again. Stand still! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! Huh? Yeah, it's slowly getting there. For me, it's the 30th today. So I have one sleep, then a whole the next day. Before. New Year's. No, it's the 30th. It depends where you're living. You have to remember that in some places in the world, New Year's is already happening for them. You know, because of how food works. It's like, you know, some people, I think it's like, not even be, I don't know, I think it depends. I know some places in the world, like, have it earlier, because, you know, with how the globe works and all that, and time and all that. But I think it's still, like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's the 30th at 4:40 at the moment, so I have a whole, what, let me count, 8 hours plus another 24 hours, I think, if I've done my math right. And then I think, if I remember right, New Year's, the earliest it could start for someone is like 12 hours before, I think. It depends on where they are in the world. Because, for example, I'm on +00, and I think the highest it can be is plus or minus 12. So I think the earliest country to have New Year's would be the -12 one. If I remember right. Sorry, I'm not very good when it comes to clocks or time. But, you know, some countries will have New Year's before me, basically. But I can't remember which one it is that actually does it first. Anyway, we have finished the first minigame off. Yeah. Ah, you're +5, Nico. Yeah. Grab this. Oh, and we got Joyous Gift. Claymore. I can check. Oh man, it's like all time zones. Can't remember. Oh my goodness, this website looks really glitchy. That does not have every time zone. Oh, apparently New Zealand's +13, so they'll probably get theirs really late. I'm no good with time. Okay, so we've done the first minigame. There's 3 more left. So let's see if we can do everything.
The scenery is wonderful.
Be nice if we can finish it all in one
Surely
stream.
enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
How's Cooling Glass doing? Flat glass? Are you talking about Genshin? One of the characters in Genshin? Or are you talking about the character in Star Rail? Cause I know there's a character like the Black Swan or something coming to not Genshin, coming to Star Rail eventually. Oh, Navia. Oh my goodness, I really want to. But the problem is, Raiden's on the next banner, and I've wanted Raiden for more. Like, I have failed Raiden twice to the 50-50. And I'm at a point now where I'm whatever 5-star I get is a guarantee, I'm pretty sure. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to skip Navia because I want Raiden. I've been wanting Raiden. I have failed Raiden twice. I even put money into the game and failed Raiden. That's how bad it is. And I'm pretty sure I've got a guarantee on the character that I get next. I'm pretty sure. I can double check. But because of that, it means I can't go for Navi. I really wanted her, but I've been wanting Raiden for longer, basically. Ah, this is the fighting event. Okay. So I'll double check. I'm pretty sure the last 5-star I got was a loss on the 50-50. I'm pretty sure. And we should be getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, and we got D-Luke. I can't remember which banner we got D-Luke on. Yeah. I managed to get Ayaka on her first run, but I failed to get Raiden, unfortunately, and Raiden's one of the ones I've been wanting for the longest time. Ironically, in both Raiden ones, both like her first banner and her second, I lost the 50-50. So I lost the 50-50 to her to Keqing on the first time, and then I lost the 50-50 to her to D-Luke on the second attempt. Just my luck. Which is why, now that I'm, like, you know, guaranteed a character, I'd rather guarantee Raiden, if you know what I mean. Especially since I don't play the game as often as I used to, meaning that I don't have as many gems as I normally would. I can't remember. Let me double check. I think I counted 13, was it? Let me just double check. One sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, which is 13 times 5. So I'm not going to do maths. I'm going to do mental maths. I'm just going to get the calculator. Times 5 plus 3. 68. And we're currently at what? 2,102 free pools. So yeah, hopefully 210 pools will get them. But yeah, we do have to wait till Raiden's banner's on, and hopefully when the banner is on, I'll hold off till streaming, but you know. Okay. 1 second. Did I click the wrong thing? On this menu? Go to challenge. Okay. I think we have to do some filming. Yeah, or fighting, I don't know. Oh, it's the fighting one. Okay. In trick shots, tricky lights, defeat opponents and mindlessly appear within the time limit to score points. Yeah. This looks fun. I'm just gonna have it on ×1 multiplier. Hydro shockwave. Yeah, fighting. All cryo damage dealt by primers decreased by 60%. Okay, so basically use cryo. Okay, we'll use you. We'll use you, but at the same time, probably don't need it. I'm gonna go with my Ica. Let's have a go. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I should have a few seconds to hydrate before starting. Oh, I keep on looking at my thing. It says 59 on my world, like, my thing. Ah, no worries, Miku. Thank you for lurking as always. Oh, no. Kids, yeah. I haven't even used this thing yet. Oh, I love fighting ones like this. Thank you for the alert, Miku. Look at the mass amount of enemies. I should have checked to see how much I need for points and stuff. I forgot to check. Oh, the enemies have changed.
Into the wind.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Show a little. What on earth did we just get? We just got an achievement for that.
Decided by
I'm guessing we got enough points. Okay, we got gold. Okay, let me have a look. Okay, we definitely got enough points. Cool. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see. Yeah, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Sure, that's perfectly fine. After using a shopping. Let's try this. Try a bit of a different team. But we got some more heavy hitter enemies doing something from the looks of it. I don't get to use Yao very often.
Swirl, Mark 2. Let's dance. Oh no! Oz, reveal fight. Animo test 6308.
Disappear! Here! Worthless! Here! Here! Worthless! Here! Useless!
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night. Oh, protect us. Enhanced animal module 75.
Lament! Here! Here! Boring!
Ready, steady, go! Let the show begin. Animal hypostasis emulation. Absorption test.
Disappear! Worthless! 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 Here!
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Swirl, Mark
Okay, we got enough points. I don't even use a stupid skill. I love how I didn't even use the skill. Until the very end. Oh my goodness. We still did it though. Next one's probably going to be a lot more difficult. Okay. That's good. More rune gods. Okay. Best characters. Okay, cool. And we get to test out the Raiden. I guess you know what character I'm running. Oh my goodness. Oh, but Raiden. No, these are then. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, every so often my throat goes so dry. It's so annoying. One thing to hate about having a cold.
Shine down.
The wind knows me.
Let me scry.
Inazuma shines eternal. Written in the stars.
Delves into destiny.
One with nature. Illusion shattered.
Well, that's loud. Hi there, Link. How are you?
Fate is upon you.
Now you shall perish.
I get to use Raiden for a bit, even if it is just a trial.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. One with nature.
Written in the stars.
Nope, the big stuff is coming.
Zuma shines eternal. Shine down. Into the wind.
I got you. Well, have a good rest. Alright.
Now you shall perish.
Doing a little bit of fighting at the moment for this minigame. Oh my goodness. Yeah. We've already beat enough stuff up, it looks like, for this level. We only need 4,000 points. Oh my goodness. I'm only on level 1, but then again. If you can do it on level 1, you might as well just do it on level 1. Oh, this looks interesting. Okay, let's have a look. So, after one character obtaining the shield. Okay, we're gonna have to use a geo character. Oh, and we can use Navia. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you should have seen the first minigame we came across. They added a sniping minigame where you just basically snipe all the characters. It was really funny. But yeah, I'm just glad all the minigames are unlocked because I don't like splitting off events, especially when they're really big like this. Do this. Get to use Navia for a bit. Like, she looks like such a cool character, but I want Raiden more, which is a pain. Like, I've been wanting Raiden for so long, and I finally got into a state where I know I should get the character next time. Like, because I lost the 50-50 last time, but even then, I'm still sad because it means I can't get Navia. I've been trying for Raiden for too many times, I don't want to let this opportunity go. But it still means I have to wait for a bit, because Raiden's banner isn't up yet, I don't think. I think it's the next phase. Okay, I've already got enough points, amazingly.
One with nature.
My goodness.
Feel this ancient power. Into the wind.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Hey there! Hey there!
Witness my great undertaking.
Oh, we got over 10,000 points. God. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. Whoa. I wasn't expecting to get that many points. We actually got a platinum. Even though there's no point in getting platinum. That's that minigame over with. I think there's only 2 more. Till it's time to load. Okay. Let's see them. Yeah, Raiden's isn't on yet. Ugh. But yeah, I'm super looking forward to getting Raiden. I just hope I get it. I'm pretty sure I should. Like I said, I lost the 50-50 last time. Okay, second last meeting. So let's talk to you. What's this one about? Yeah. That's how the story goes. We always help people. Doesn't matter who they are, we always help someone. Go to challenge. This is gonna be one of those things where I have to go all over the map. Hopefully not. Okay. Stabilization, mechables automatically avoid testers and move in the opposite direction of an approaching tester. Oh, it's this football game. Okay. Can we play solo on this, or is this just going to be one of those things where you have to do a match? Okay. Oh, I hate this. Okay, let me have a look. We need to get a total score of 5,000, but I'm presuming this is just total... current total score, so I'll have to play this enough to get that. Yay for co-op. Not really. Because it means that I'm probably going to do very bad. Okay. Let's have a go at playing football. I don't know if characters affect this. I'm guessing it'll only affect, like, run speed. Oh, nope. I'm really already failing. Okay, well, we got something. Everything's on the other side! Why?
Time to go.
Oh, man. Oh my goodness. Giant. I don't even know anymore.
Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
Who won? Joint? Joint first, I guess. Okay. Okay, so we got 1,300. So on average, we need to do this, what, 4 or 5 times? Because we need, what was it, 5,000, I think, is the max to get everything? Okay. Let me double check that my math is right. Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we will need to do as good as before, but averaging 4 or 5 games. Sure. Okay, different map. This is gonna be interesting. Around it. Oh no, don't tell me this thing moves.
Time to go.
Oh my goodness, can we try this? Oh my goodness, just barely. These guys are worse than the Wooloo. What am I supposed to? Oh, thanks. Someone pushed one into mine, and I'm pushing one into someone else's. Nice. Someone has 40.
Time to go.
Hmm. Oh my goodness.
Time to go.
Oh my goodness. No. What? Why did that happen? Was it because there was 2 there pushing? Hmm. Didn't even tell me what my score was. That's stupid.
Wherever in this
No.
world I roam, I carry memories.
Well, we've still got 1,000, so all I can say on that is 3 more games from the look of it. Someone's got Morris's name. Oh my goodness. That's ironic. It's the name of the killer from the story that we did. Oh my goodness. Dumb but useful pathfinding technique? Okay, that's a name and a half. Come on, how did this do that?
Time to go.
Oh my goodness! Where's it going? It went into someone else's who had nothing to do with us. Oh my goodness. How is this a thing?
Time to go.
Can I just please? Oh my goodness. Can I just not? I lost the ability to jump. Are you kidding me? Oh, someone else got that one. Where's it going? Oh my goodness, that's so unfair. I don't have the ability to jump anymore. Like, somehow doing worse every single time. I mean, we're still gonna to a quota, but if we get anything lower than 1,000, then we're gonna have to do a guild game. Ah. Mm. 2 more times, hopefully. So, which one do we have? Okay, this one I found a bit easy. Easy.
Time to go.
No, that's bad. The person didn't even have to do anything. Oh my goodness. No! Why does it keep on doing that? My luck. Goodness me. Now the game wants me to lose. I'm now out of jump boost.
Time to go.
Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my goodness, this game mode. Ah, again, I didn't even go where I wanted. Please get in, get in, get in, get in. Oh my goodness. Yes,
This scenery is
okay,
wonderful.
one more, hopefully.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
I doubt that, Kazuha. Literally herding those things in. Not a reason to become a wanderer. Okay, we just need to get 500 points from the looks of it to get all the rewards for this, and then one more minigame to do. And I can't remember what the last minigame is off the top of my head. Okay, am I getting that one again?
Time to go.
No, 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 no. We'll go in this way.
Time to go.
Oh my goodness, can you please? Oh my goodness, lag? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, can I jump over them? Literally. Where am I sending that? That is not where it needs to go.
Time to go. Time to go.
Yay. Now I just need to find out what the last minigame is, and then we'll have finished everything. Let's just go in to grab our rewards. Last event. Yeah. This should be the last event. 3 different filming locations. Okay. Oh, great. It's right next to a world quest. Are you kidding me? This better not be one of those world quests that automatically activate. That would be so annoying. Please. Okay. Into the frame film. Several shots according to director's requirements. Compile into a video. Camera position is key. You should also assign the camera position requirements beforehand. Okay. 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 Film how the actress played. Um. Probably that one. The problem is she's never bewildered. Mm. Let's try that. Mm. Painting. Obviously not perfect. Divine handiwork, 3 stars. Okay. Let me have a look. Is that what we needed to do? Okay, we got that perfect. Okay. Where are we? Insurance portrayed by Navi is waiting to meet her friend, played by Paimon. Okay, let's go. So, okay. Let's test that out. We can redo it if need be. Zero points? Okay, apparently he doesn't like that at all. Hi, Miku! We're gonna have to redo this one then. Film shooting. 2-star. We need 3 stars, so we have to try again. The only one that was wrong was apparently this one, so maybe this one? Let's test that out. Only one, like, only 10 points for that? Okay, apparently it's the other one, okay. Yeah. It's not there yet, apparently. Try again. I mean, I'm presuming it's that one. We'll get there again. We just need 100 points. That should be 3 stars. Still 2 stars? Okay, I'm going wrong somewhere else, apparently. I was changing what the scene was. Okay, that one's plus 10, so that one might not be right either. We could try that one. That's correct. That's plus 0 on there. Let's try that one. It's just different angles. I just don't understand why you'd be that close to someone's face in the camera. Still 2 stars. We still don't have it perfect, apparently. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. So I think we got all the scenes right. It's just the text. Oh, apparently we have to have her say, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. Come stand under my parasol." Oh my goodness. Right, this sounds cringy. Enough? Divine handiwork. There we go. 3 stars. Done. I don't know. Okay. Only 2 more to do, and then I think I'll end stream after this. Okay, so we need to go there. Because we've almost done the whole of the event, which is amazing. Yeah, apparently. Where'd it go? Oh, is it in here? Yeah. We got 3 star on the first one really easily, but apparently the second one's a lot harder. Okay. Here it is. Fireworks merchant arriving from Fontaine, paid by Yomia and a client. Someone arranged to meet in the hotel room, so sale. Chicken samples, okay. Okay, film customers using of the samples. So maybe that one will toss out first. No narration. Film the customer played by here. Bartering with Stairs Merchant. Bartering. Probably that one. Reveal the idea of the series man played by the probably that one. Next one, sell up trailer displays the products. Probably that one. Like that, and then show the sales successful. Oh man. Testing out. Luckily, it tells us what points they were set up as. So 10 points for that, so that's not correct. 20 for that, that's correct. $10. Okay. We got loads of wrong ones, apparently. Lots of wrong ones. Okay, sure. Zero for that? Oh my goodness, I got that one. 0 for that? Okay, try that. Trial and error. $110. Still not there yet. Okay, let me check. So 20, 20, 20, 20, and 10. So that's wrong. That's okay. That's this time. Let's test that then. That should. There we go. 3 stars. Last one to do then. Somewhere over here. There it is. Let's see what this one's about. Corner of Lane Fontaine, Charlotte, so again, just to plan. There's an animal show of the Glossina history at glance. Okay, now. Probably that one, because it's environment 2. Pilot the actually displayed Charlotte's demeanor, so probably that one. Probably that. Probably that one then. Let's test this out. Trial and error. 20? 30? 20? Only 10 and 30. It looks like we haven't. I don't know if we've done that. Yeah. Okay, let me have a look. That's 10, 20. Maybe that one. Whoopsie daisy, I backed out! No! Try that then. $120, that should be it. And done. Man, that's quite a variety of stuff to do. Okay, so let me just grab the last of this. So that's got Joyous Gift, so grab all these. Event shop, and then the thing I absolutely love doing, grabbing everything from the event shop. Because they always give you exactly the correct amount of these to get everything from the shop. Perfect. Shop empty. All of this grabbed. All of these done. And the main story finished. Well, that's that event done. You know, surprised everything was unlocked, but still we managed to finish it all. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take a break now. I have to remember to do this before I forget at some point. But yeah, it's past 4 hours, so... In fact, it's even getting closer to 5 hours, so I'm gonna have to end here, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Next week's schedule should be posted tomorrow. Of course, there is the whole thing with New Year's Eve and all that, but it should be up by tomorrow at some point. Might be slightly earlier, just to make sure I don't forget this time. But yeah, hope everyone enjoyed the stream today. Let's go and have a look for someone to raid. Okay, who have we got on?
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade.
Let's go read Ori Lamori, I think. Yes. Thank you, Miku. Yeah. We should be playing... I haven't actually finalized next week's schedule yet, but we should be playing some more Pokemon Violet next week, as well as some more Honkai Star Rail, I believe. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel should also be on Saturday for next week. Not sure anything else. I know I need to catch up on character missions in Genshin, so we might do another Genshin stream next week.
If you wish to hear it.
Depends how stuff fits in. Let's go raid Ori Lamori, who is currently playing Marbles on stream. Oh man. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. Hopefully next week I'll also have completely recovered from my cold. Hopefully. Crossing fingers. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. Happy New Year as well for those in the next day or so. And yeah, everyone have a great day. Bye all. Bye Miku.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.